Nya, ah, 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 ah. Nya, ah, 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 ah. Testing. I believe it's working. Welcome, one and all. It is 12:30 in the morning. Halfway through. Lovely little letter for Mike Bush. Thanks again, Neil. Awesome of you to correct me when I'm incorrect. So, Mike Bush will be getting who's but without further ado, not like I give a fuck if anybody wants to watch this or not, but yeah, I have spent quite a few following pulling together. I hope you enjoy it. If I can ever find the phone. Bear with me. There it is. Right. Okay. On of Constable Neil Winterbottom and myself today. Bushes as nearly so many. Do not know what's going on there. Celia Snowman is the lady that signed for the rich. Bushes. Mechanics of accuracy for your mechanics later rule of society. I can talk about that later. Okay, it's not going to work. So what I'm going to do now is open up the video editor and do it that way. And hopefully figure out what video. Michael, let's try again. Totally agree.
I think I'm attuned to making decisions in very fast, instantaneous decisions.
Are you aware you're talking about millions, sometimes millions of dollars? Is it real money to you?
Yes, it is actually. I think so, yes. 15 feet? No.
So how good at his job is John Key?
He's exceptional. He is one of the best that I've seen in my 12 years within the markets. He seems to have a sixth sense with respect to where the market is about to move to. He just seems to know just a little bit quicker than most people exactly what's going to happen next.
So what do you do to look after him?
We certainly pay him adequately.
Well, I'm making enough to be comfortable, to put it that way.
Your boss says it ranges between 75,000 and $500,000. Which end of that are you?
I know which end I prefer to be.
A former merchant banker who wants to be Prime Minister was forced to make an embarrassing admission about how many Transrail shares he owned. For the first time, Mr Keys admitted he owned a great deal more than he previously revealed. And critically, the National leader owned those shares while he was pushing for another firm to buy into Transrail.
The share register shows that on February the 15th, 2002, a trust owned by John Key and his wife Brona buys 30,000 Transrail shares, estimated to cost around $108,000. 4 days later, on the 19th of February, the trust buys another 20,000 shares worth around $72,000. These are shares we were never told about. In July 2002, John Key is elected to Parliament and over the next few months becomes National's Associate Transport Spokesman. He questions Michael Cullen in writing and in the House about so-called secret meetings between the government and Transrail, but he fails to reveal his shareholding. Then on May the 7th, 2003, John Key buys another 50,000 shares, this time under his own name, for an estimated $22,500. A couple of weeks later, he meets with Rail America, which is considering a bid for Transrail. In his newsletter, John Key writes, "I hope the interest shown by Rail America will be picked up by others." He still doesn't admit he's a shareholder. On June 10, John Key sells his personal parcel of 50,000 shares for about $51,000, doubling his profit in just 5 weeks. John Key's never owned up to those extra shares, despite a number of interviews with journalists about the issue, but that changed today when I called up with him on the campaign trail. Are you confident that the New Zealand public can trust you?
Absolutely confident.
But what about when it comes to trading in shares? How many shares exactly did you and your family own in Transrail?
50,000 at the maximum point. Sometimes 25,000, sometimes 50,000.
Did you personally buy 50,000 Transrail shares in 2003 and sell them 5 weeks later?
Actually, maybe 100,000 from every year. Sometimes 50,000, sometimes 100,000, yeah.
Isn't that an issue you should be clear about?
It was 100,000, yeah, in total.
You've only ever been honest about the fact that your family trust owned 30,000 shares. Why has it taken till now to front up about the extra shares?
Well, no one's ever asked me the number I've owned. I've always declared I own the shares. I have owned them, and I sold them on the date that I said. I don't ever believe I trade shares for my own personal benefit with information I've had from Parliament.
You did benefit, though. You doubled your money on those particular shares.
The Prime Minister is rejecting accusations of a conflict of interest in the handling of his investments.
His denial of any wrongdoing comes after claims from the opposition that a blind trust set up by John Key isn't actually blind at all.
The idea is if he doesn't know or control those investments, they won't influence the decisions he makes.
I have no concept or knowledge of what's in there, and I stand by that statement. 100%.
When John Key became Prime Minister, he put his money into a blind trust called Allgate. Another company called Whitechapel was set up around that time, and that one is open for anyone to see. Labour claims Whitechapel was set up to mirror the actions of Allgate so the Prime Minister could monitor his investments. But John Key denies any knowledge of Whitechapel or its operations.
Whitechapel?
No.
So you're not using Whitechapel to look at the funds of Allgate?
No, I mean, look, I don't know what's in my blind trust.
But Pete Hodgson points out several links. Whitechapel has investments in wine, dairy and property companies that John Key previously had interests in too. Allgate and Whitechapel are both names of tube stations in London where the Prime Minister used to live, and the director of Whitechapel works as a lawyer for John Key.
Because he has failed to remove that conflict of interest, he's now under suspicion for it. The government's now eyeing up huge chunks of the conservation estate to be opened up to mining.
I think it's very likely that there will be mining on conservation land.
This area in the north will be surveyed for mining. It includes a number of conservation sites, including the Te Paki Ecological Site beside Cape Reinga. On the west coast of the South Island, huge areas will be surveyed. Most of it, as you can see here, is conservation land.
I do believe that there's opportunities to expand our mining and exploration interests done the right way. It can be exploited for the benefit of all New Zealanders.
National is considering opening up more of the conservation estate so domestic and international firms can mine minerals. But does that place the Prime Minister in a difficult position given he owns shares in an Australian mining company?
It's a very small Australian gold mine. I actually had a lot of shares in that company and I basically largely sold them. It was a remnant small amount. It's a tiny sort of thing.
Mining's big business in Australia, and our Prime Minister was in on it, initially owning 1 million shares worth around $200,000 in a small gold exploration business that merged with a uranium mining company.
Is that something that you, as a leader of a nuclear-free country, would be concerned about, or is this not something you've looked into?
It's not something I've looked at since I bought it back in 2001 when I was in Australia, so... as I say, I was a reasonable shareholder at the time. I actually sold the vast bulk of shares I owned. It was a very small amount, and the reason I didn't sell them was their value was so low. If they'd done a merger, it's the first time about today.
Mining is back on the government's agenda, although not on conservation land. It's been in secret talks with Māori leaders about mining on tribal land, which could open up land covering an area almost 24 times the size of Lake Taupo. Patrick Gower reports.
The government's mining plans made it plenty of enemies, but now it's finally found some friends. The leaders of the most powerful tribes in the country.
Their interest was in being part of the development of the oil and gas minerals industry in New Zealand. It's a very, very welcome inquiry.
That inquiry was made here in the Prime Minister's office last night. It came from an influential cabal called the Kiwi Leadership Group. It included Nite, who own about 80,000 hectares of the South Island that could all be opened up to mining. But not all Māori are happy. Tribes on the east coast where there's been protests about offshore drilling weren't represented. Other iwi at the meeting covered the North Island, and the group's influence extends to over 50 tribes with land around the country. And with a total 1.47 million hectares in Māori control, that could be helpful with the government still keen to find places to drill.
I don't ever believe I trade shares for my own personal benefit with information I've had from Parliament.
About 35 miles north of the East Cape, and the Petrobras oil seismic survey vessel has just gone over an area that's about 3,000 metres deep. So that's about twice the depth of the Gulf of Mexico spill. We're here today to try to stop the surveying, to stop deep sea oil. We believe it's a risky and highly dangerous activity.
Do you think that briefing has gone too far to the extent that can be charged these?
Well, Petrobras have a legal right granted by the New Zealand government to carry out their seismic work. In my view, they should be allowed to carry out that seismic work because it's important that we understand what is the opportunities that present themselves in the Rokamara Basin. Petrobras have the legal right to carry out their seismic work.
Whales live solitary lives in the vastness of the world's open oceans. They have evolved calls that carry over huge distances.
continuous low-frequency rumbles. These sounds can travel over 500 miles.
It's Mike Hosking, but the police and the Navy might well need to be brought in to get the protesters out at sea over the oil exploration. There's an assorted bit for us. Of course, we've got the permit to look for oil on the coast of the East Cape.
The sea is our life, our mother, our home.
New Zealand. Aotearoa.
Our people as one.
We protect, we serve,
We defend.
We preserve.
We are your best.
Your bravest all. We are your Navy.
This is an extraordinary situation because, first of all, the government made absolutely no attempt to have any public process either for discussing whether we want deep sea drilling for oil and gas or over this particular consent. All of this has been done without any opportunity for public input or input by the local people. The environmental impacts, the pollution impacts, the impacts on the climate, none of those things have been considered. So we've had a non-cost benefit analysis that only looks at the financial flows to a foreign company, and it seems to me that John Key is completely out of order.
We need some clean economic thinking rather than this relentless pursuit for licensing drops of oil that the government has on its agenda.
Your advertising slogan, I think, was all about this, about the 100% pure New Zealand, the idea that you're a greener nation than any other in the developed world. That already isn't true as your population does slowly rise, and it's going to get worse.
It's polluted. 30 centimetres before your feet disappear. Yet the Waikato River's where Auckland gets 10% of its drinking water.
Around here, a number of times a year, there'll be so much fecal bacteria that it won't be safe to swim in.
The water is filtered to make it drinkable, but the Greens say a better solution is to crack down on effluent from intensive farming.
As Dr. Mike Joy of Massey University, a leading environmental scientist in your country, said just the other day, he said, we are delusional about how clean and green we are.
Well, that might be Mike Joy's view, but I don't share that view.
Anti-1080 demonstrators invading the restricted loading zone in an effort to try and stop a huge helicopter poisoning operation on the coast. After a 2-hour delay, the helicopter operation finally got underway. There are 6 helicopters operating today, covering 40,000 hectares and spreading 80 tonne of bait. The amount of toxin per hectare is just 3 grams.
A West Coast farmer says his livelihood is at risk after 1080 poison was dropped in a creek on his property. The farmer says he had an assurance that helicopters doing the drop would stay 500 metres away from his farm. Juliet Speedy reports.
Jim Ferguson is worried about his reputation as a beef producer. He says if foreign buyers find out that poison's been dropped in his waterways, they might refuse his product.
We're going to lose our markets, not only the beef market, but the dairy market's in jeopardy too, in my book.
Ferguson says he was assured by the Animal Health Board that it not drop 1080 within 500 metres of his property and creek, but the poisonous pellets helping eradicate TB have appeared right where his family and stock get their water.
A 1080 pellet used to poison possums has been found in a creek supplying water to the township of Ross on the west coast. The discovery was made after helicopters spent the past 2 days dropping 80 tonnes of bait over an area of 40,000 hectares.
Daniel Lane was arrested trying to stop yesterday's 1080 drop. Today he was searching for evidence of pellets in the waterways.
It's in the water. But you think that would have dissolved by now, but it hasn't.
1080 bait drop planned by the Animal Health Board is along the west coast in July. Then east of Taupo, followed in spring by the Wairarapa along the Tararua Ranges.
But he is very well qualified, isn't he? And he's looked, for example, at the number of species threatened with extinction in New Zealand. He's looked at the fact that half your lakes, 90% of your lowland rivers are now classed as polluted.
Well, look, I'd hate to get into a flaming row with one of our academics, but he's offering his view. I think any person that goes down to New Zealand...
He's honest opinion.
He's one academic, and like lawyers, I could provide you another one that would give you a counter view.
In 2007, the Honowhenua District Council pumped over 5 million litres of partially treated waste, including tampons and condoms from the plant behind me, directly into the waterway for 48 hours.
There is one river you may not want to plunge into this summer. New research ranks the Manawatu River in the lower North Island as one of the most polluted in the Western world.
Dirty dairying practices and poor sewage treatment are considered the culprits for the alarming ranking.
Now, if you're thinking of taking a dip in one of our lakes this summer, there's a chilling warning. A report out shows almost a third of those monitored by NIWA suffer from poor water quality. The outlook's looking murky, with the research saying the state of our lakes is getting worse. Aaron Soma has the details.
Lake Honowhenua in the Manawatu is home to many, but it's also home to this and this pollution that's strangling the waterways.
So people can't swim in them at different times of the year, they can't drink from them. This is bad news.
The NIWA report out shows a third of the country's monitored lakes have poor water quality. That is, a number of nasties like fertiliser runoff. It also finds that quality in some is getting worse, not getting better.
If anybody goes down to New Zealand and looks at our environmental credentials and looks at New Zealand, then for the most part, I think, in comparison with the rest of the world, we are 100% pure. In other words, our air quality is very high.
100%. 100% is 100%, and clearly you're not 100%.
The government's now eyeing up huge chunks of the conservation estate to be opened up to mining.
There could be $60 billion worth of precious minerals just waiting to be extracted from high-value conservation land. But mining companies may pay the Crown a mere 1% of that.
Billions of dollars of precious minerals could be lurking under our treasured conservation estate. But are the returns from digging them up worth the potential damage to our landscape?
Does that place the Prime Minister in a difficult position given he owns shares in an Australian mining company?
We've taken a closer look at what we do get out of the mining industry. It seems the taxpayers' takes not that great.
Who is going to arrest that man? And who is going to address his plan? Express his hand. Who is going to arrest that man? And who is going to address his plan? We're too busy with the shake, rattle and roll. We forgot to throw the snake back in the hole. We're too busy with the wop, man. I got to put the top on the shoebox and lock it down. Busy with the she wop, we need to stop the clock and turn the grammar jammer thing on. Hip hop, body rockin', doing the do. We need to flip flop this shawty plot and ruin the coup. I shape this ape to try and make you think. Skating rings, shrinking lake, quick escape or sink. I start to take steps to change, the more sense it makes. Heartache, sweat, the brain of all dense mistakes. A light becomes inscribed when scrums are reenacted. Playing tribe against tribe, bribes, guns and blankets. Government still finances our listening choices under guise while silencing dissident voices in an attempt to shut me down and remove my rights. You will lose the fight, cause you will prove I'm right. People choose the lie, cause we suffer inside when we've got nothing to lose and we got nothing to hide. And USA. John Key is evil, but his act is nice. We're not free, we people are a sacrifice. With the shake, rattle and roll. We forgot to throw the snake back in the hole. Too busy with the rock, man. I got to put the top on the shoebox and lock it down. Busy with the she wop, we need to stop the clock and turn the grammar jammer thing on. Hip hop, body rockin', do we need to flip flop This shall be plot and ruin the coup. They appoint a prime minister, a leader in chief, and to make the crime sinister, seize freedom of speech. They feed on the weak and those eager to teach. Grind deeds, find weeds, and beleague at the beach. A seizure of public lands reveals a gluttonous chase. Underhand deals and cover up in the place. A scheming to control us and poison our lands. They've got black sand, coal dust, and all on their hands. Untapped resources and lush titanium sands. A map shorelines and grand subterranean plans. The Australian banks and the hidden agenda. The alien scams and the rhythm pretenders. Oops, gone off topic. Where was I? Cheater, John Key, investment banker, quasi-leader with corkscrew support crew. Flawed with shortcuts, take a walk through your orchard before the bull shout with the shake. Rattle and roll, we forgot to throw the snake back in the hole. Too busy with the wop, bubble, wop, wop. Better go to put the top on the shoebox and lock it down. Busy with the wop, she wop, wop. The rattle and the day. We need to stop the clock and turn the grabber jammer thing on. Hip-hop, body rockin', doing the do. We need to flip-flop this shawty plot and ruin the coup. I was hoping last time would be the last open cast line. I hope the start chimes throw the rope to cast lines, broken vast minds. They're like choking grass lines, the overpass minds from upper class lies. The masterminds with past times and half lies. The trivial plan, their prizes minerals and surprise it out of New Zealand. And while we're focused on the earthquake, we were bureaucratic locusts. Prepare a first rate doing John Key is borrowing a multi-billion-dollar blank check translated. Probably $1 trillion bank debt with interest. Every worker must pay back. Hello, slaves. You work to just pay tax. I just say facts. They bail us, they own us, and every generation on that belly is their owners. And your donkey, he really sold you short. You didn't see it, cause you were too involved in sport. We were too busy with the shake, rattle and roll. We forgot to throw the snake back in the hole. We were too busy with the wop, bubble, wop, wop. Better go to put the top on the shoebox and lock it down. Busy with the wop, she wop, wop. The rattle and the day. We need to stop the clock and turn the grabber jammer thing on. Hip-hop, body rockin', doing the do. We need to flip-flop this shawty plot and ruin the coup.
Rebuilding Christchurch and the wider region is one of the government's highest priorities. Billions of dollars will be spent here, and central government will be accountable to taxpayers for that money.
We as a city respect all of the taxpayers of New Zealand who will be part of supporting this vital process.
Put simply, these are extraordinary powers for extraordinary times.
government's refusing to confirm whether the SIS has been investigating suspected Israeli spies who may have been operating in Christchurch during and after the February earthquake. The Southland Times is alleging the SIS ordered checks into what it saw as suspicious activities, including an Israeli earthquake victim carrying multiple passports.
3 Israelis were killed in February's earthquake. The Southland Times says the Security Intelligence Service feared at least one of those might be a spy. Ofer Mizrahi was crushed in a van on Gloucester Street with 3 other Israelis. He died, but his companions survived and were flown out of Christchurch just hours after the earthquake. The Times says Mizrahi was carrying at least 5 passports, but the Prime Minister won't confirm this.
Well, I can confirm I have no knowledge of misuse of a New Zealand passport by those individuals.
The Prime Minister has confirmed he received multiple phone calls from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the hours after the earthquake. The Southland Times also reports that an Israeli search and rescue team was refused permission to enter the red zone. Meanwhile, the Israeli ambassador has dismissed as science fiction any suspicions that the Israelis caught up in the earthquake were Mossad spy agents.
This isn't the first time Mossad's been accused of operating in New Zealand.
No, it certainly isn't. Back in 2004, there was a very serious diplomatic incident between New Zealand and the Israeli government when 4 men were alleged to be involved in essentially a passport scam being run out of Auckland. Now, 2 of those men were caught. They were eventually convicted of passport fraud. 2 got away. Now, crucially, one of them who got away was later named as a suspect in the assassination of a Palestinian Hamas leader at a Dubai hotel last year.
Are you aware of an Israeli national being found in New Zealand after you've got 5 passports?
Well, I can't confirm the number of passports.
Why not?
Because I don't know.
Are you across the van crash there that within 12 hours 3 Israelis have left the country on the seas? What's it all about?
Well, I'm just not in a position to comment about those matters.
Do you have any
Why
reason
are you not in a
Because I don't comment on that.
Do you have any reason to believe that Israeli intelligence operatives, or people from Mossad or any other Israeli intelligence agency, were active in Christchurch?
Well, I'm just not in a position to comment on those matters. I'm not going to.
Why not?
Because I don't think it's in the national interest to do so.
Well, I'm just not in a position to comment on those matters, and I'm not going to.
Why not?
Because I don't think it's in the national interest to do so.
But it is in the national interest of New Zealanders if those people who used the Christchurch earthquake in a tragic situation to somehow advance evidence making like that.
Well, if I believed it was in the national interest to discuss those matters, I would, and I don't think it is.
Well, can I just confirm that any persons found, a Mossad agent found with any New Zealand passport on it?
Well, all I can say is I think you're jumping to conclusions. I can only confirm that there were 3 people that were killed that was of Israeli nationality. They were the people that Benjamin Netanyahu rang about. He did ring to offer support to try and locate them, because initially it was at least with 1 or 2 of them the whereabouts of the individuals. If we look at actually what drove 9/11, those people that put together all those explosive devices and the whole plan, 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 explosive devices and the whole plan.
Since September 11th, more than 60 Israelis have been arrested or detained, either under the new Patriot anti-terrorism law or for immigration violations. A handful of active Israeli military were among those detained, according to investigators, who say some of the detainees also failed polygraph questions when asked about alleged surveillance activities against and in the United States. A highly placed investigator said there are, quote, tie-ins, but when asked for details, he flatly refused to describe them, saying, quote, evidence linking these Israelis to 911 is classified. I cannot tell you about evidence that has been gathered.
On the day of the 9/11 attacks, former Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was asked what the attacks would mean for U.S.-Israeli relations. His quick reply was, it's very good. The Mossad surveillance team made quite a public spectacle of themselves on 9/11. The New York Times reported Thursday that a group of 5 men had set up video cameras aimed at the Twin Towers prior to the attack on Tuesday, and were seen congratulating one another afterwards.
And at that point, we were taken for another round of questioning, this time related to our allegedly being members of Mossad. Our purpose was to document the event.
They were seen by New Jersey residents on September 11th making fun of the World Trade Center ruins and going to extreme lengths to photograph themselves in front of the wreckage.
Everywhere you look, you find a Zionist agent.
A conspiracy by Israeli intelligence.
The idea of Zionism, they go into them. For the Palestinians and the Arabs, starting normal fighting. Not Arabs the problem, not Jews the problem, not Judaism, not Muslim, only Zionism.
But a group of Zionists at the same time was quietly negotiating an agreement with the Nazis to allow the immigration of German Jews and the transfer of their assets to Palestine. That deal, reported in August 1933, was the transfer agreement. Palestine, sparsely settled by Jews at the time, was radically changed as a result.
Now, they had many problems, technical problems, when they wanted to create this state with their dream. Well, firstly, they wanted the backing of the Jewish people. They wanted to transform the whole Jewish identity in Judaism into a secular, nationalistic entity, something totally different. All the rabbinical authorities, universally, understandably, were in total opposition to this type of ideology and this movement. Remember, these people were in France, in Europe, in Germany, these stars of this movement. So therefore, the ones who knew them well were the rabbis in Europe. So they were the first to put up the alarm about these people, even before they came up with the concept of going to Palestine.
Judaism is spirituality, a religion of compassion to emulate God. Zionism has been created 100 years ago by atheists, people who have a horse religion, who want to transform Judaism from religion to nationality.
German Jewish settlement of Palestine was, for a time, official Nazi policy. These photos of Jewish life in Palestine, along with a lengthy text, appeared in 1934 in the Berlin paper Der Angriff. The publisher, Hitler's propaganda minister, Joseph Goebbels. A Nazi Visits Palestine was the title of the multi-part series. A medal was struck by Goebbels in commemoration. On one side, the swastika. On the other, the Star of David.
Well, I'm just not in a position to comment on those matters, and I'm not going to.
Why not?
Because I don't think it's in the national interest to do so.
I introduce you to the Prime Minister of New Zealand. Please welcome Prime Minister John Key.
1981, were you for or against the Springbok tour?
Oh, I can't even remember. 1981. Wasn't. Was it 20? I don't really know. I don't really have a strong feeling of it at the time, so it's such a long time ago.
Where were you?
Well, I was in New Zealand. I think I was in New Zealand. I probably would have been my first year at university because I'm just trying to work it out. I would have been 20 then.
It was the hot topic. Hot topic at universities in 1981.
Yeah, it was. It was.
You would have been at university in 81, weren't you? Where did you stand on the Springbok tour?
Look, I've been asked that question quite a lot. I mean, frankly, I didn't have a really strong view on the tour. I certainly didn't go to the game.
Just the start.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Prime Minister of New Zealand, the Right Honourable John Key, and the Chairman of the International Rugby Board, Bernard Lapasse.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to Rugby World Cup 2011. Over the next 6 weeks, New Zealand is going to play host to the 20 best rugby teams in the world as they vie for the most coveted trophy in rugby, the Webb Ellis Trophy.
take one.
So what do you think about Prime Minister's skill with the clipboard?
Well, I think not just a director, I think he could be an actor because he just got it right. Exactly, like perfectly. Yeah, we had a great shot today. Yeah.
Hi David, I'm John Key, Prime Minister of New Zealand. Love your show and happy to notice the interview with Nicole Kidman. We said you'd never been down to New Zealand. So how about I give you 10 reasons to come and pay us a visit? Number 10, we have some of the best can south of the equator. We're still holding beer growing contests with Peter Jackson. To the best of our knowledge, the governor of Illinois hasn't tried to sell us you don't have to be in bed to count sheep. Find out if the water really does go down the drain the wrong way. If our police force is actually Xena, warrior princess. Number 4, we have awesome adventure tourism, such as foam throwing with Russell Crowe. Our scenery is nowhere near as flat as Australia's. We're the only country in the world where you can still take a flight to the Concords. And the number 1 reason why, David, you should come down to New Zealand and hop into the holes. So come on down, pay us a visit. I'll buy you lunch.
There's a gentleman here from New Zealand, a typical New Zealander from off the street.
Not just a typical New Zealander from off the street, Penny. Listen to this. Here to present tonight's top 10 list, please welcome New Zealand Prime Minister John Key, ladies and gentlemen. John Key. Listen to this. For the last 6 years, New Zealand has been ranked as one of the 5 best destinations in the world by Condé Nast Traveler magazine. That's what 5 best destinations.
That's what I'm saying.
Beautiful. It's a wonderland. New Zealand is a wonderland, isn't it? So is that. Yes, and you're known as Kiwis. Do you like being known as Kiwis or not being known as Kiwis?
No, we like being known.
Yeah. And you're near Tasmania, is that correct?
Yeah, and sort of Australia.
Yeah.
Basically up the village.
Right. And what body of water are you visiting? It is a wonderland.
That's right.
Yeah. But how many years ago did you get on the plane?
Well, that's a long. Yeah.
It's a long flight, though. But well worth it.
Once you get here, it's fantastic.
Yeah. And I think because of that flight, it works to your advantage because it dopes out of New Zealand. And the number 1 reason you should visit New Zealand.
Unlike most of the world, we still like Americans.
There you go.
It's been revealed Prime Minister John Key's appearance on the David Letterman show 2 years ago came about because a public relations company was paid to lobby the show. John Key read out the top 10 reasons for visiting New Zealand, Time describing the opportunity as gold. But he was only invited on because Tourism New Zealand paid an American PR company a $10,000 retainer to raise New Zealand's profile.
In my view, promoted New Zealand, but there wasn't a payment made to Letterman, there wasn't a payment made to get us on the show. These people work permanently for us, they're paid every month.
He also admitted he made a joke audition tape, but is unaware whether it was sent to the Letterman show.
How many people did they have? Okay, where was it? Oh, okay. No, wasn't aware of it.
Just over 2 hours' time, the first steps of a major hikoi from Cape Reinga to Parliament will be taken. At issue is the government's plan to sell down state assets.
We just don't want our country sold to or controlled by foreign companies.
He hikoi hei whakahe I te hokonga o ngā rawa o Aotearoa ki ngā ringaringa o tā wāhi.
Thousands of people gathered in central Auckland today to protest against the government's planned asset sales. The protesters, including politicians from Labour, the Green Party and Mana, marched up Queen Street chanting anti-government slogans. More protests are planned when the hikoi arrives in Wellington.
the people that walk through the corridors of this house selling us the future around Liverpool, and we will not sit down any longer. This is the time for the uprising, because we are the people fighting for this land.
Maori are being called to march against what's being labelled the sell-off of Aotearoa. Asset sales and foreign land ownership are at the heart of a hikoi which will set off from Cape Reinga on Tuesday, heading to Palma.
We don't support what's going on in mining or on offshore drilling because the policy is against the people's interest and it's massively in favour of the minority and overseas interests.
A hikoi protesting against government plans for a partial sale of state assets is set to head to Parliament shortly.
Well, I guess what we wanted to do is to make this issue so politically toxic to the national government that they're going to have to rip away from it. You know, it's, the opposition parties don't have the numbers to stop it, so we bounced it out of the Parliament into the court of public opinion, and so the citizens can stand up and have their say and demand that the government take action.
Protesters are vowing to keep fighting against asset sales after zeroing in on the people in power. But Prime Minister John Key is refusing to back down as the hikoi reached Wellington 11 days after leaving Cape Reinga.
There are a range of different groups participating in this hikoi, protesting a number of different issues. Members of the Mana Party, Greenpeace activists and iwi members are all here. They've all united under one message, under one name, and that is the Aotearoa Not For Sale hikoi.
They came in their thousands, clogging up the streets. Led by the young, their message was clear.
Save our land! Fight back!
We must look after our mountains, our rivers, our assets, because without those things we cease to exist as an identity.
An identity they fear could end up in foreign hands. This is what they're opposing. The government's proposal to partially sell off state-owned assets, including 4 power companies and a sell-down in the stake in New Zealand. Other issues include deep-sea oil drilling, mining, and the sale of the Crayford farms.
These assets belong to all of us, John Key. They're not yours to sell. This is not about the politics. This is not about the parties. This is about the people. Aotearoa is not for sale. Well, John Key, nowhere else.
More than 5,000 people have marched through the streets of Wellington, finally ending here in Parliament. Many have high hopes that their display of people power will force policy change.
How many people did they have? Okay, where was it? Oh, okay. No, I wasn't aware of it.
Don't matter what colour you are or who you vote for. Our country is being sold out from under us. And unless we stand together to oppose it, we're going to lose it all.
Going to arrest that man. The smiling assassin. Who is going to suppress his plan?
they doing? Watch where you're going, buddy. What are you looking for? How's that for a great shot out my driveway? Top car below, chopper above. What his game is. I promised my wife I wouldn't chase the police in the car anymore, so
looks like I'm taking to do it on foot. That's alright. I like going forwards. Right, so from there, seems to be the day for helicopters flying over the top of me. Well, he just did a complete roll right around me then. That was quite trippy keeping the camera on. Let's try that again, shall we, Eagle? Fuck knows what this shit's all about, eh? But literally, driveway's just on that corner. And the police coppers now have been going around this area here for the last half an hour. Red cop car go up past and then come back down. Anybody would think they're looking for somebody, to be quite honest. It's been raining, it's quite fucking cold and I'm shaking, which is, you know, kind of why the camera's a bit shaky, but hey. Gone. No cops. Must be time to go home then. Oh, so today we had athletics day with my kiddies, and while we're there, we had the Army flying its normal helicopter, which is the one I generally see. Okay, so if you wanted to have a perspective, okay, this green area there directly ahead of us is us. Okay, got that big tall green tree in the background there. Okay, that's one of our boundary trees, and pretty much that whole corner is us. So yeah, to have the helicopter flying over the top of me for the last half hour, especially while I'm obviously trying to enjoy a full tea. Anyway, I'm heading home now. I've managed to do a fair bit of editing today, make a few little short clips. Got more coming. Got the editing bug in my system again, so we'll have fun with that. This camera's not waterproof, so I'm not pushing my luck. So, yeah. Catch you later. Have a good night.
You guys are throwing down these ridiculous free minimum non-apartments. All you have to say is, wow, amen. At the time of being a dad, a father, a son, also a time acts behind the bar as a police officer. So he believes, as a police officer, he has the right to do wrong. And the police officer, a police officer has no right. A man has the right. A police officer has duties, responsibilities, obligations, and that's what he has to do. He has no right. He is bound by a certain letter of the law. That's right, not black and white. He has no official capacity, as they call that. He has an official capacity, and I kept him in that capacity. That is simply a claim. That is simply a man making a claim. So that's one of those pretty funny. He says, it appears that you're very busy. I said, I know you're a very busy person. Your nonsensical recommendation appears that it makes it appear that you are referring to another person's case. I'm just a man making a claim. Like, I don't know, man. You speak legally, man. But I did recognize the date that says June 28th on it, so I figured I better write rubber baby buggy and bumpy fuckers when I'm stand back. You know, so I don't speak freaking legalese. So what was very funny is it says, Texas has filed a pro se complaint. She could be compensated. Coca-Cola can get compensation from Pepsi Cola. No adequate form injury with adequate echo such as one thing. You overdo it yourself. You're a professional entity. So you cross off the bank, absolutely. The bank wants to solve you, absolutely. So you want to go to the trouble. That's right. Sure. That's why you're telling people that's what you're talking about. What you would say is like, okay, I'm done. I'm done talking to people. I'm done. I tried to settle this thing on the front side. I tried to settle this thing for the contract. I tried to settle this thing altogether. Thank God, in this country, are the only countries in the universe where we have the capacity to say, you know what, go with the traditional two-dimensional world. We could be in total dishonor to these people, to these creatures. We can do it. We created. We did what we did. And so like we come along in order to test those cases of soda, right? And just follow everybody put up the funds to produce these sodas? Yes. Can I basically screw them out of their soda? Yes. Absolutely, and I can walk away from it just by saying, please, I have to give my debt. And in this country, I have to give my debt. You've got no choice. Either man has to give another man to do his best.
18th today, 18th of November, and I am having issues with my car. For instance, hear that? Doesn't sound good, does it? Try it again. It's definitely not firing on all four. Not idling at all. We'll wait for it. It'll die in a second. It's nothing but unburnt fuel and oil coming out of that pipe. It's black as, so my guess is I need to do a service. I've got an oil filter, the grease gun. That's the thing you put it on the end, I forget the name of it. Filter for it, some nice new oil, and all my tools. So, let's have some fun. When you put these things back in, I generally don't put the plastic covers back on. Oh, the tops? Yeah. It keeps the heat in there. It cooks the coils. Yeah, all they're supposed to do is reduce tappet noise. But all that happens is it traps the heat in there, and the plastic dies a lot quicker, and planes snap. Lights gone out. Yesterday it just it was doing the whole running along beautifully, and then did this whole acting like running on 3 cylinders instead of 4. Every now and again, just as it works, the engine light would go back out, and then like running on 4 again, and then that was it. Well, I say we needed to do the plug anyway. I'm not sure about the board back. So, what do we do there? You just get another 12 pack in it. So you need a 12 pack? Just on the top of the number. I think it's really good to one up for you. But the cheapest way to go to pick it up and get it to any other Mitsubishi GPI. So if it's a Aluminum, like a liquid car wire. That's all that shit. You get GPI, and you can go and buy one of these big parts. We'd probably pay something like $100 through the trade, because they have to guarantee the part. So whereas take a part, you take it, put it in, so it's up to you. It's something I'm quite capable of doing. Yeah, exactly right. I mean, you could put it in one day, but you won't get it up to that sort of stuff. But like I say, take a photo of that number, and then you top on the GDIs, take it the same number. I'd say it's the core pad. It's extremely unlucky to be a protector. That thing sort of cut out with the metal combination. You know, it's not smart, so it has to be that. It's, down to 2 things.
basically. Quite a big author. What happens is it vaporizes first, and then this is trying to create 20,000 volts. So it's up there, this is what it's doing. It starts probably about 100 times and it goes, which is why it gave that sort of all the sense of a little bit of live thing.
Okay. Yeah, guys, well, I've been to the mechanics and he has said to me to check the coil packs, which I've done. Unplugged each of the individual coil packs while it was running. One of them seems to have not made a difference. We've changed the spark plugs, so we knew it was something there, and what do you know, there is a coil pack. Okay, that's where the spark plug goes on the end there, and if you look around the end, coming round like a rental mass ejection, one arc mark right there. Okay, that's where it's arcing. All the voltage, 40,000 volts, is coming off of this coil pack, and because it can't go to the dud spark plug that it had, it blows out the side. Right, so I'm just going to go to pick apart and try and get a new one. To buy a new one of these, about $250 to $200 I was quoted by the mechanic to get a new one in this fitting, which I'm quite capable of doing, to 10mm nuts. So anyway, we are now going to go for a drive in town. I am borrowing my mother-in-law's wonderful car, and we're going to go have some fun with it, pick apart.
Forgery. The DHL audit a forged instrument which is interfering with my rights. See Exhibit C. In any order. The DHL moves in bad faith. I as man believe that in order to settle this case, it is necessary for I am man to be made whole.
Hi all, Marky. Well, you wouldn't believe that shit, eh? I'm in a pick apart. See, there's my stamp. I've been to pick apart, and there's the dud one, which they mark with little blue markers just to let you know that I've brought it in. They search everything apart from your person because that would be just rude. But I went in there looking for one of these, right? You can see this is our one. It's the one with the blown out piece there on the end. See that bit? All right. Now I went through every Mitsubishi in the place, and I mean 2 rows of Mitsubishi cars. I lifted every bonnet, couldn't find it. Right at the end was a Mitsubishi, same as ours, and I'm sitting there thinking, cool. Lift the bonnet. To my dismay, all of the coil packs have been removed, and I'm sitting there going, what the fuck, you know? That really just ticked me off. So, just on the off chance, I decided to have a look inside the Dion, and there, sitting on the passenger seat, was the coil pack. So, right, just to show it's not a trickery, this one has no blowout point on its lead, so I'm hoping it works. This cost me $18. Alright, now the mechanic quoted me $150 to $200 to get a new one. Alright, $18. It's cost me nothing. I didn't even have to pull a tool out because it was already taken out sitting on the bloody passenger seat. So again, I'm hoping it works. Let's go see. Here we are, about to change the dud one. Things are out to the good one. So, again, not rocket science, it's a matter of fun. That's brilliant. Okay, so four coil packs. So you can see from the old one where it was arcing out there on the lead, this white point. That's what's against the sparks jumping from there over to the chassis of the motor, and it's deading out, so it's not getting sparks to that spark plug. Now the motor is running beautifully, it's running on all four. Car fixed. $18. And a bit of goodwill from the local mechanic, because he could have easily have charged me a couple of $100 for doing that, and I wouldn't have known any the wiser. So yet again, it goes to show that if you've just got a little bit of intent to save a buck, you know what you're doing, or even don't know what you're doing. I mean, it was just process of elimination. Change the spark plugs. The only other thing it could be is spark leads or these things, or the fuel injector, but there's definitely fuel getting there because it was a black as pipe, meaning the fuel and the oil was not being burnt off. Normal pipe should burn grey. Let's go have a look to see what the pipe looks like. See, even there the pipe's starting to go grey again. The excess is starting to burn off. Same time tomorrow, all nice and grey again. Anyway, that's how it's done.
So, Prime Minister, have you consulted with the opposition about the passenger facility?
Yes, they do. In my understanding, that's cool.
That's
I will explain it first.
What about minor car party? It's not going under urgency, though, is it?
No. Which is there going to be an SOP? Yes, there will be an SOP for most. And what's going to be in the SOP? I'll leave it spelled out for you, but there's a few bits and pieces. There's some technical points around, I think, original legislation steering off. Yeah, no, I don't think we're going to put on that. It's outside of that part being to look at the broader theory of the industry. But I don't think there's argument that it should be sort of down to part A, if you like. No, on numerous occasions actually sort of reached out to the this afternoon or this evening in Auckland, there's a great large number of people together at the town hall to talk about the GCSB bill and to talk about their opposition to it. Do you have anything to say to those people? Oh, just that, I think they can take great confidence that the legislation is necessary. It's well balanced. It's a tidy up of the previous legislation that they've passed. And I think there will always be a point where privacy intercedes with national security, but I think we've got that well. At the National Party conference, Judith Collins raised suggested that there'd been some cooperation between OPCANs or between the child abuse teams and the GCSB around. Are you aware of what she was referring to? I wasn't really. She said so she said it on television. I mean, one of the things that some people criticise the passage of the bill and the way that it's been passed around is that the police haven't given any evidence of their use of the GCSB, and there's no clarity on what use the GCSB has made it, or the police has made of the GCSB. Well, if you look at the 88 individuals, plus something. They're all SIS cases, they're not police cases. No, that's not right. Well, the 88 individuals in the 50 plus something cases, GCSB would be because we're the bulk of the SIS. Something for these things. So how often has there been cooperation between the police and the GCSB to your knowledge? No. So Prime Minister, one of the issues that the public generally guys say I've got 30 minutes. I'm answering Alistair's questions in totality. It's your time to go out of your report tonight. Yeah. What okay, so section 8A, number part B, or part 2 says that without looking at paragraph 8, it's doing everything that is necessary and desirable to protect the security and integrity of communications and information infrastructure. So it's about the protection of information, it's not about going into information. Then if you go to section 15A, so basically 8A sets up a function, which is protection. 15A, which is the warrant, says it has to apply to a function. And therefore the 15C, that's that up. But it's not possible on the advice I've had, as a result of this, it's necessary to go into all of the context of what we've made quite clear. Is that the warrants that we've been issuing one of the issues at the request of a private company for cyber security will be about protection of information, not about its content that it relates to. So why can't you because it gets really, really difficult. But essentially the way to think through this is that if there was a private company and that company with the agreement, which is decided we will provide cyber security protection, in my view, it's the advice I think is that 8A, 15A, and 15C stop because of the looking content. That's certainly the way that warrant to decide in relation to it. Do those stop with that in mind, not necessarily, but content, yes. Depending on what definition you have with that, is extremely broad. It may not be in the context that you would think of metadata. It may be fairly done, which was very specific. Very, very technical, want to look at content, we use these systems now under A.C. We wouldn't want to protect and actually run access information with 8A. But basically what happens is if we ultimately, through looking at all of that, filtered out, decide we did want to look at content, we would probably use 8B and look at the foreign houses. These are foreign cyber security attacks on New Zealand. But where it gets really technical, it's not physically possible to try and New Zealand system. Use that to attack the account. In that instance, we would demand that they came back to us and issued yet another warrant, because with the freedom of that individual, it's not physically possible. But the provisions under cyber security are not about accessing content. They are about protecting content. And would there be oversight? Correct, yes, because what happens is, as we've agreed, at the ISC, every year there will be a summary of the warrants that signed, not the individual warrant, but a number of warrants category. And on that category sits the leader of the opposition and the plus obviously government leaders. And that really, someone asked a very obvious question. When it comes to cyber security, if any warrant is issued, that sort of look at content.
Ought the GCSB to have any responsibility to protect us from surveillance of our data by American authorities or by British authorities, by Australian authorities, using PRISM and export and so forth?
Well, I'm not going to go into very bits of it because it's sensitive, obviously. But what I'd say here is that we are trying to protect, and we have quite good reason to want to do that, foreign cyber attacks on New Zealand infrastructure. So in fact, if we were to offer the service to the companies, which is what's being proposed in the legislation, I'd be amazed if those companies would want to do that. The basic reason that essentially, by offering, as I explained on the example, we'll call it a North antivirus, what we're actually offering is a service which is like it's above that. Because we get the understanding of the paper.
You've misunderstood my question. My question is, New Zealanders' data, companies in New Zealand who use Google Documents and Google Mail and anything to do with Google, the US government has access to their private files. So do US contractors working for the NSA. Does the GCSB have a responsibility to protect New Zealanders from that?
Well, we have the responsibility to protect New Zealanders if we choose to, because this would be under warrant, because we chose to do so, and the company agreed for us to do so against credible threats. You can decide if it's a threat, and I can not find it as well.
What is your view? So what is your view? What is your view on whether that's true?
Yeah, they require a warrant. So what happens is under the provisions of Section 8A for cyber security, that's warranted behaviour. That's why 15A is not. So they'll have to go along, let's say, here, for example, say, here's company A, and for whatever reason, company A is of national significance for either information or IP, which we believe needs to be protected. They have to get a warrant. GCSB would have to get a warrant to assist them. And that warrant would have to be signed by the Commissioner, by myself, and by oversight of the Speaker. And that's because of a number of reasons, but one of them is because you have very full sensitive information. It's metadata there, but it's without going into final details of it. It's not metadata like the advanced definition of data, but the purest sense of information. Yes. We'll be at the sort of finishing flag, so I'm going to take the opportunity I have to be here. So, as I said to you, because you asked me on a few occasions whether I'd be giving giving a speech on it. Now, I may as well take the opportunity because I've never read it. Anyone could read it in the original, but yes, we will. And we'll be spelling out all the things that we've said, because any judge, if this was ever tested in court, used to hands up
so our understanding of the law is doing. For that has got spying on the data of the VA children's quite obviously basically well, it could mean anything like that. But if the question you are asking is, will there be wholesale surveillance of people who know where they receive those emails from, what the content of these emails, like categories, all that out. But effectively, if we were providing cyber security protection over an entity for which there was a right, XYZ company, and it essentially flows through a filter, and as it flows through that filter, it doesn't record for everything other than 100%. It's looking for like the viruses which are coming into the system. It's not looking at the content. Who sent the email, it's simply looking for the viruses. We don't recall that that's currently with the content. Where the emails came from, you know, who got any of that sort of stuff. It's just literally like pouring the water through our filter. It goes straight through the filter. Nothing is recorded. But for a nanosecond, technically going through that filter. The very broadest definition of data, a lawyer will tell you that that's been data.
Prime Minister, numerous legal jurists have informed us publicly that they disagree with you wholeheartedly about that. That you are taking broad powers which allow you to invade privacy at a wholesale level. And you're saying that all those people are wrong. On top of that, we also have the situation with two investigations that you were responsible for. This is a question. This is a question. This is a question.
I go and get the answer.
Well, you know, you haven't heard the question yet. I know, I don't know. No, you can just interrupt like you did John Campbell, or I can ask the question.
Thanks very much.
Wow.
There has been a lot of talk about the Christchurch quakes, and many suspicions point towards a man-made disaster. Along with emergency drills on the day of the quake, 9 US congressmen stepping on a plane to leave hours before the quake struck, and the head of FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, visiting on that day. Those are the facts. Here is the theory. According to Benjamin Fulford, both the Japanese and New Zealand governments were threatened with earthquake weapons by the US before they each suffered catastrophic disaster. The allegation from Fulford is the US is preparing for major domestic unrest and wishes to use New Zealand's South Island to settle some 1 million refugees. I have no idea if this is true, and I don't necessarily believe it. The following is an audio recording taken from a meeting with John Key. In this recording, he slips up twice, saying that Christchurch was a man-made disaster.
Second thing is just the Christchurch quake. Can I just give you a little bit of a sense of what's happening here? So on the scale of quakes, it's large. So just to give you a bit of perspective, it's probably about 20 to 25 million dollars worth of rebuild cost. So as a natural disaster in a developed country, we cannot find a bigger example of something that's had a bigger impact on GDP. So the second thing it does is it buys reinsurance risk. So if there's a there's a natural disaster like an earthquake.
New Zealand is listed as third equal on Transparency International's Corruption Perception Index. In my experience, perception is often far from reality. Listen to how John Key reacts when asked, is New Zealand going to ratify the United Nations Convention Against Corruption? Which, by the way, will be one of the few countries yet to ratify it. I'm no UN lover, but we can all agree, corruption ain't worth loving.
I'm just wondering, John Key, when the opportunity will come for New Zealand to ratify the Treaty Against Corruption?
Against corruption? Is that the UN treaty?
Yes. might be an idea too.
Okay. I mean, one thing I can say is, I'll look over them over here and I'll go away and look at it. One bit of good news is New Zealand is generally seen, I think, rightfully so, as one of the least corrupt societies. And I think actually that's true. In my experience, that's true. I've seen that, and I've worked in Asia and other parts of the world, and certainly corruption is a much more significant issue here. But if you've got any, you think we need to go and deal with it, we'll go and well, I wasn't aware New Zealand had ratified it. It's unusual here for you.
Think for yourself and don't place belief on anything based on one video. Vincent Eastwood, Mr. News.
But Mr. Speaker, we live in a world where technology is heavily used now, where people do email, and actually from time to time, people make mistakes. If the member is saying that this member of EQC, who I understand just reading the newspaper today, is a highly valued member, if the member is saying we should go and sack her, then that's a pretty high standard, and actually not one he held himself to account to.
Point of order. That latter part of that answer was well off the question and actually was wrong in addition to that.
I think the question has been very adequately addressed.
Further something. To protect confidential information rather than dismissing it as he did yesterday when he said that, quote, all of us probably in our lives have sent an email by mistake.
Well,
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we probably all have made mistakes. I mean, this member can't remember he's got a bank account offshore, but he's out there.
Order. Supplementary question, David Shearer.
What specific action will he take to give the public an assurance that their personal and private details are safe?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, I'm tempted, Mr. Speaker, to say tell the Leader of the Opposition. He doesn't tell anyone about his private details. People will make mistakes. Last week, that member wanted
Order. And that's not necessary to the answer today.
What I can say is what I understand is that the person who emailed out that file did so in a way, not maliciously, and not with the intent to embarrass other people, but they made a mistake. Last week, that member made a mistake.
Order. Is this a point of order?
It is.
Point of order, Right Honourable Winston.
Speaker, my point of order is, why are you allowing standing orders and Speaker's rulings to be flouted on this occasion 4 separate times when the Prime Minister concluded his answer with an unqualified attack on someone else in the House? Each time you did precisely nothing.
No, that's
not us.
On both occasions, I rose to my feet and told the Prime Minister his answer was well and truly completed. Point of order, Honourable Trevor Miller.
Mr. Speaker, I think the question then is what about the other 2 occasions? And if it's 3 strikes and we lose out, maybe the 4th time you could actually take some action?
A further point of order from the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
To complete what I was trying to say was that you cannot think that just by stopping him on 4 occasions that is an adequate response from the Speaker. Surely, after 3 warnings or 3 stoppages, you should have said that he should exit the House. Or is there a different set of rules for him and a different one for the rest of us?
No. Order. Right Honourable Prime Minister, speaking to the point of order.
I'm not going to litigate your ruling, Mr. Speaker, but the very point I was making was that this person made an honest mistake. That's my point. That member claims he also made an honest mistake.
Thank you. That's not a point of order either. Just order. I have a further point of order from Dr. Russell Norman. Is it a fresh point of order?
It's seeking clarity on your ruling, sir. Are you ruling that the Prime Minister's answers were in order or not?
I'm ruling. I have covered that point, I think, quite adequately for the rest of the House, but for the benefit of the member, the Prime Minister certainly addressed the questions that were asked to my satisfaction,
but he added political points towards the end, I think, of 2, and if Mr. Peters says it was 4, it may have been more than 2 questions, that was certainly not helpful to the order of the House, as has been evidenced today. Supplementary question, Grant Robertson.
What more evidence does he need that his government is failing on jobs than 200 people queuing for 7 jobs in South Auckland, or the front page of the Nelson Mail that saw hundreds of people chasing a single job at Nelson Hospital? Or doesn't he think that his government's got a part to play in actually helping to create jobs, not just destroy them?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, well, it's not unusual when you have a lot of people chasing one job. My understanding is all 38 of the Labour caucus are chasing that job.
That is not a helpful answer to the order of the House. Point of order, Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Mr. Speaker, by my reckoning, that is 6 times today. The Prime Minister, 5 in the question. Let me finish. All right? 5 times in the question, once in a point of order. Well, we're going to have a point of order system. Surely it applies to every MP. And your job is to defend the interests of minorities in this House. It's one of the oldest rules of a Speaker, in case some people don't know. So that's 5 times today in question time, and once in a point of order he said that. So my question to you is, when are you going to do something about it?
As I said to the member earlier, this is a political debating chamber. The question itself was reasonably political. It got a political answer. As I realised where the Prime Minister, I stood and closed him down. Supplementary question, Grant Robertson.
What role, if any, did he play in recommending the appointment of Ian Fletcher as Director of GCSB?
Right, Honourable John Key.
Mr. Speaker, his appointment was made by the State Services Commissioner, but if the member is trying to make some other allegation, yes, I knew Ian Fletcher. I went to school with his brother. His brother was way brighter than Grant Robson.
Order. And that answer does not assist the order of the House. Order. A point of order will be heard in silence.
Mr. Speaker, 6 times yesterday you ruled against the Prime Minister.
Order. With the member
6 times yesterday you ruled against the Prime Minister for making comments which were out of order, at least. Mr. Speaker, earlier when the Right Honourable Winston Peters made an out of order comment, he was required to withdraw. You have never done that to the Prime Minister, and I just want to know, is it going to be even both ways?
Speaking to the point of order, Right Honourable John Key.
Speaker, I can't be expected to withdraw that Grant Robinson's not surprised Alistair Fletcher.
Order. Listen. Order. 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 The Prime Minister addressed the question and then added a remark that was not helpful to the order of the House. I have moved immediately to stop him. I have now moved on. Does the member point of order, Honourable Trevor Mallard?
Are you going to deal with the
order?
With the wasting of time? You did not deal with the Prime Minister.
Order. I have dealt with the matter. I have dealt. Order. The member will stand and withdraw for that comment.
I withdraw.
Thank you.
What a...
Point of order, Dr. Russell Norman.
Mr. Speaker, you ruled that the Prime Minister's comment was out of order. He then used the point of order process to repeat it, clearly in breach of your ruling and trying to overturn your authority here. I ask you, you must ask the Prime Minister to withdraw that comment, because otherwise he is completely in breach of your ruling.
I'm happy to, I accept that point. I asked the member, the Prime Minister, to withdraw that comment, but I'm not addressing any further the issue of his earlier answer. Would the Prime Minister withdraw that?
I'll withdraw.
Is it a fresh?
It is, Mr. Speaker.
Well,
and it is a
suggestion
that in future you listen to a point of order and you would have heard exactly the one that Russell Norman made.
I listened. Right Honourable Winston Peters.
You saw fit earlier today to threaten not to allow any more questions by me today. Now the Prime Minister, for the 7th time in 2 days, repeated his offence. I heard no such threat from you with respect to his ability to take part in this House in terms of question time. And I want to know why he did not receive a similar threat.
Because I would have thought it was extremely obvious to the member that if other members want to ask the Prime Minister any question, they expect an answer. Has the member... No, we're not doing further points of order on this.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
If it's a fresh point of order, I'll entertain it. But if it's a continuation of the other, then I will be asking the member to leave the chamber. So if it's a fresh point of order...
Yes, it's an absolutely fresh point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Fresh point of order.
The point of order is whether you have rewritten standing orders or speaker's rulings. Mr. Speaker, sit down till I'm finished.
The member will now leave the chamber. The member will leave the chamber. Point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if you could clarify for the House what the point of order Trevor Mallard was going to raise was, because we haven't heard it.
Well, I had determined very quickly that it was a relitigation of the matters that have been raised. I have so ruled. Now, does the member have further? Is it a fresh point of order?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
If it is a fresh point of order, I will entertain it. Otherwise, I will deal with the
Mr. Speaker, I'm now going to raise with you the point of order that Mr. Mallard was going to raise, which you
no, that is now relitigating.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
The member.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
The member will now leave the chamber.
Again, kid, I'm just coming out of my house.
Where's your house?
This is a commotion.
Where is your house?
Am I in charge?
Where's your
just
house?
Some kids.
Where's your house?
I'm here, Blaster. Come in.
Where's your house?
I'm here, Blaster. What's your number, sir?
Where's your house?
What's your number, sir?
Where's your house?
Get his number. Get their number.
Where's your house?
No, come
Where's
in
your
there.
house? We're in the middle of a field. Where's your house?
Come out.
Where's your house? Where's your house?
Don't come big and clever with me.
Where's your house?
Where's
your house?
I've come out to find out where
where is it then?
Where's your house?
You tell me where your house is.
What's your number, sir?
This is just a field. This is just a field.
Yeah.
Sir?
You have to make it
What
clever
are you
now,
doing here?
See you later, lads.
No.
Come on, assault, sir.
No.
Tom, take camera.
Come here.
Take camera.
No.
Take camera. What are you listening me for? Just come out of the house, mate.
Listen, it's what you say.
Come on, assault, Tom.
It's an assault, isn't it? There's a fire being set. I thought it was the house there. Yeah, but what are you doing then?
Checking C5, something here. That's what I'm doing here.
Where is it?
Come on, assault.
Where is it?
Can you get your standard down here?
Where is it?
Tom, big place. Come on, assault.
Where is it? Where is your son?
Come on, assault, sir. Come on, assault.
Is your son? Is your son?
339, you're here. I've come to see where my son was, yeah? See, big white.
Where is it? Where is it?
Tom, get it on camera, mate.
I want your details.
What person did you say? So you say that I've set a fire?
No, I'm not saying you set a fire. I'm saying a fire has been set. Yeah. Fire goes to put it out. Yeah. It's been egged. Yeah.
Well, that's I can verify where I am.
Well, that's
not
you know details. No.
Unless it's then I'll get a claim civil claim against
you. Give me the details then.
On what grounds, sir?
Section 50 of the Anti-Social Behaviour Act.
That's the statute, sir.
It doesn't matter.
I've just told you why I've come out. I'm on here. I've just been to the shop. You might let it go, Mr. That's common assault.
Are you going to start walking up?
That is common assault.
Are you going to start walking up?
I'm here obliged to answer that, sir.
Yes.
Don't come big and clever, sir, because there'll be a complaint.
Stop
now.
calling me sir.
Well, I'm going to call you sir to be polite.
No, you're not. Stop calling me sir.
I'm a broker in the law.
Are
you suspecting me of something, sir?
I'm asking you your details. What is your name?
I'm not prepared to come out. I've just told you where I've been. I've been to the shop. I've just been up. A load of kids have asked me help because police against them around this day.
Alright, well that's
I've come on here,
violent, isn't it?
And then I've come on here.
Why on earth?
Why
on earth would you want to help children?
Stop
pointing, you're thinking of me.
I'm pointing at you, sir. I'm pointing at you.
What's your name and your address?
What's your name?
What's your name?
What's your name and address? I've done nothing wrong, sir. What should be the most suspicion? Why do you need my name?
I'm asking you to account for your presence in this area.
Well, if you're under arrest, I'll get a claim and I'll go get a lawyer and I'll make a civil claim against you, sir. Don't impasse acts and statutes on these, sir.
Listen,
do you know who I am?
What is your name and address? What's your name?
I'm not. prepared to comment there. What is your name? Because I'm checking on the welfare of the son to make sure where he is. Where is your son? I'm not prepared to comment there. Don't laugh at me, sir. You're the servant. Stop calling me, sir. That's polite, sir. Sir, stop. It is polite. Yeah, radio, tell them you've got Ladrick camera there, because I tell you what they'll do, they'll tell you to leave it everywhere, sir. What is your name? I'm not prepared to give you, because I've no reason, sir. I've told you why I'm being here. Which is? Oh, still there, mate. Why are you here? I will be aware I am on medication under mental health act section. The rest of it, I've already got one civil claiming against the officers there. Net by day, and I'll claim against her. What is your name and address? I'm not prepared. Have I done anything wrong? Yeah, I'm asking you to account for your presence in Serbia. Because I've just told her. I will verify where my son was. Right, and where is because I've just said I'm not prepared to comment, sir. Where is your son? Come back with some hard evidence. I'm going to walk away now. You just lay a finger up and say there'll be a claiming against against you. And whoever's there. Right. And you are going to be on your job in 10 minutes. Super. Super. So are you willing to accept full commercial liability for your actions at this time? No. Right, then you don't have no authority to say. Alright. See you later on. So you know who I am? Yeah. So it's just being acting big and clever for a camera. Well, it's not going to show you up for what you are, sir. You're the civil servant, and I've just put you back in place, sir. Yeah, of course you have. Thank you. I'm not spitting. Spat on my elbow over here, then. Spat out my space. I'm starting to feel alive and I'm intimidated now. No, you'll drag me on, but it's not an assault, sir. I'll be straight down to the solicitors tomorrow. There'll be a civil claim, mate. We'll see. Yeah. We will see, mate, because I've already got 3 here. They're going to be lucky when they've had a job under Section 2 police reform, that one. They're going to be lucky if they have a job. Alright. This is how you put them in the place, lads. It's not about being clever, it's about remaining on it. Knowledge is more powerful than any bit of legislation. Always. Yeah. Yeah, it is. So what are you doing here then? And that's it, me. I'm just doing the job here. But I go away, mate, because you're on camera. He's wise now. So what's it to do with you? Nothing good. What you been doing? So what? I've just shot out door. I've told you where I've been. If you don't like it, look away. Is it a crime? Well, you might just repeat yourself, isn't it? I've actually thrown a rabbit out. I would have wanted to do that. Well, you try to pin something on there. Just the way it was, that. And I've just told you why, because I've just shot out the house. Oh, you're going to have no job in 10 minutes, bud. Checks off Google again. Hi. See, I'm not going anywhere, sir. I'm in the public domain. I'm a right to here. I'm looking out for welfare at kids. You're doing there. There's nobody each other face here now, so I'll just pass it up. I'm going to play in this prison. Yes. Go on then, on your way, lads. That was Steve Joshua here. Right, and they suspected me of that. That's alright. Well, why do you name my name then? Be careful what you said, sir, because you mean it on what grounds? That's social behaviour. Can you define a crime? Well, the rest of the next to it tonight. See you later, lads. You're the one that looks the idiot, sir. Come back when you have some hard evidence. For what? This is what happens when police lie in it. You get more dictionary around up your backside, don't you? And you know I've took your powers off you, lads. The ladies. Tell me to do it. Disrespect is fair, but come on, fellas, you've got law. No joke. Get down to Johnny's now. And I will be putting a complaint in your section 2 police reform, that constable. I'm going to check that when you get home. Won't come anywhere near me, mate. See, with you, it's like with PSSOs. You're ignorant there. You'll think the PSSOs are perfect. They're not a police officer. It's just assault in there. Common assault. And it's going to get disciplined. But we'll see when I get the claim in, lads. It's going to be worth thousands. Black eye and a cut head in police custody under mental health act. I think they've had it. Go and record them, Tom.
Come over with it. Oh, you can come over with it. Come on, guys.
You know what I mean? But if you don't, lads, I'll pass it on, but you'll have to submit a freedom of information request in, lads, to get it. There'll be an administration fees. I don't want to be big and clever, lads, but I've just put you in your place, haven't I? And you know I am. But you will be getting facts. I'll follow him down now. Come on, Tom, we'll go down the road. Yeah, I'm not coming down. You can go down. I'll just get a claim and I'll just give it to the solicitor with video, man. They have fucking life for it. Why do you think they're changing it now? Well, stop it then, yeah? See you later.
Secret Service boy right here.
So I know personally that they are right. It's just in that one incident, you know.
It's been one of the rare occasions.
Well, oh yeah, okay. That's what I'm thinking.
Crazy bastards, those. Yeah. Another guy to look up if you're into that sort of shit on YouTube. Look up Carl Wintz. L-E-N-T-Z. Carl with a K.
I should have brought a pen with me.
I have one. Can you hold that for me?
Yeah, sure. Just watch that. It's got a loose connection there. Actually, I got one of these on my toast. Little tripod. What is it? Oh, yeah.
That's what she had. And if you look up, that's my channel. If you look up that guy there, he's the one that touched all that war stuff, the differences between man and his persons, so to speak.
Oh, right. So a person would that cover it or not?
Well, you have different persons. I mean, you've got the natural person and the artificial person.
Oh, right, so the artificial person is me and law.
The artificial person is your license or person, is your capitalised last name.
Oh, yeah.
That is the name that you'd find on your driver's license or your birth certificate. So it's knowing how to, recognising which is which. So when they see you, you say, oh, look, were you after this person or were you after this other person?
Yeah. So it's like New Zealand law is based on English secular law.
Legislation. Yeah. As for there's English law, which is your common law, law of the land, which is more of the law human beings do not harm us. That's your common law.
Actually, if you're royal and blood, then you or I.
Last night she's not suffering either. She's still bound by gravity. And she's, you know, you got to think about
she's not a sex Coburg Solberg.
Yeah, sex Coburg Gotham. Gotham. Yeah, and Windsor, I think it is.
Changed to website.
Yes, that's right. I just need you to see the right idea. Don't push it. Wait, John? John, what's that? Yeah, right. If a man touched me and pushed me to the centre side, just pushed me around after I said he's not. Oh, he's just a man. He pushed me, so it's curious from your point of view, as a man, if another man touches another man, is that okay? Yes or no?
Well, it's not that straightforward.
It is that straightforward. Yes or no? Is another man allowed to touch another man?
It's not that straightforward.
It is that straightforward.
Complicated.
What law? You're talking about legislation and law. X and what law? It's X and legislation. I don't understand legal laws. I understand. Yeah, well, I'd like to know your answer. How do I? Okay, so I've just been shoved by John Keats, the gentleman here behind me. If it's a man to touch a man, apparently it depends on the situation. We'll see about that. We'll make YouTube decide. Can I get your details, please, sir? What's your name, sir? What's your name, sir? Given the name, I don't recognise names. Unbelievable.
Yeah, you got
Did you see that? I got shoved. I just go and ask the police officer, excuse me, is it alright for another man to touch another man? And he tells me it depends on the situation. Last night she gets a cop. And the cop won't even identify us as QID. Can't even tell me his name. It's like, what's the man? It's that security bullshit. Private security is trying things. So he can ask you, I just need you to move. Oh, I'm not going to move, mate. You have no authority over me. Because you're shoved. That's the sort of last night I checked. I want to make a complaint. Yeah, I'll be a whinging person. I'll make a complaint against the man. I couldn't even understand what the complaint was. The man assaulted me. You can't even touch it. Maybe if I could even shove the cop, that would be assault, wouldn't it? Yeah, exactly. But it's okay for who's acting as a policeman to shove me? Fuck right. I followed him all the way to the car, mate. He was going to shove me out of the road, and the car started to shove me too. I said, no, get your hands off me, mate. Carried on walking past me. Perfect. He'll be on YouTube later tonight. He decided to come out and do a running midway. So
He either gave you a serial number or his name.
Yeah, he started spouting the text and legislation too. I don't understand legally. Is he speaking English? Why are you studying shit that I don't understand? Speak English, man. So that man pushing me to do wrong. Yes.
Oh, so he's Secret Service.
He's not. He's just doing a job. Actually, it seems like he's got authority to do something.
John's gone. Already?
Oh, still.
Oh, right away. Don't ask me any questions. No.
The security guard comes and puts it. I just need to move. Start taking your hands off me, bro. He gives me another push. Take your hands.
Here, let me clip it on you and just give us a wee report. Okay, and in 3, 2, so you just got roughed up by John's security, did you?
Yeah, mate, I was just standing here talking to another bloke, and yeah, he comes out and says, I just need you to move, and I said, take your hands off you. And he says, I just need you to move, and gives me a good shove. So I sort of sidestepped his shove and carried on chasing John Key with my camera to his car, getting in anybody's road. Then I got pushed by a policeman. Then I went to complain to a man who was an officer to say, hey, he just assaulted me. And apparently the policeman said it's perfectly okay for another man to put his hands on another man in a situation. To me, that's assault. He has no authority to put his hands on me, and he did so.
Perhaps the police officer was referring to the gay marriage bill.
It could be. We don't know. But yeah, he assaulted me. He had no right to do so, and the cops just let it happen. So,
well, you know what they say, there's more than one way to skin a cat, and at the end of the day, there's also more than one way to touch a man and get away with it.
Yeah, exactly. No worries, really, mate. Good on you, mate. Cheers.
And what I found out was that Auckland Council, since the 1st of November 2010, when I got set up, is now exposed to derivatives to the tune of $5.8 billion. What Auckland Council now owes in debt is $5.5 billion. But they didn't give the exact detail of the names of the financial institutions, the banks, etc. Because what really concerns me is that our Prime Minister John Key is a shareholder of Bank of America. Now, don't believe me, check for yourself. You go to the parliamentary website, www.parliament.gov.nz, MPs, click, and there's a list of things that come up. Register a financial interest, click. Go to page 30, John Key, Bank of America. And that's what really concerns me, because how more susceptible are we now to derivatives trading anyway, given that he was master, he was derivatives real much, etc. And he's a shareholder in the Bank of America, so follow the dollar. I mean, whose interests are actually being served?
So we don't know, is there no record?
I've asked, what I've done, because they didn't give me a complete and proper official function request, because I asked exactly, and exactly means exactly, it means that the names, and so I've done a further official information request asking that. I've also asked Treasury, and I rang Treasury, and I spoke to the legal section, and I said I want to know legislative changes that have happened since 2008 that show how now that local and central government of New Zealand's now able to get more into derivatives trading. I think that's probably about my turn. I mean, I can go on forever. There's heaps of stuff here, but hopefully you can see that there's issues here that are a big deal. Mainstream media are notified, but they, for whatever reason, are choosing not to do stories, especially one of the obstacles to general being shareholder in Sky City. I mean, that's political dynamite. Nothing.
I joined the police when police stole the old black uniform. And that used to hurt me. Anyway, the reason I want to go back to the police, what's happening
75, we went into blue uniform and we started getting computers. And your husband probably remembered the message switching and messages and things. We were able to send messages to each other. But in these days, like we were the first girls to go on 24-hour shift. Until I joined the police, women had sat in the little back room, called out home, and some old lady had to be helped across the road, and something they had to be fingerprinted. So we went on 24-hour shifts, and believe it or not, I started to walk around with guys who were taken off night patrol because their wives didn't want to have them spend the night in the car with vixens in the cars. Yes, actually, we had a lot more fear of them than they had from us. But I loved my time in the police. I did all my exams. I was going to be a next commissioned officer, but I got married and I had kids, and I had my first child, stayed in the police, and when I went back, my boss didn't like the idea that there's such a thing as a pregnant policewoman who actually had qualifications, and he did. So I got stuck onto frontline duties. I was denied my promotion to senior sergeant, and I walked out, and I've got 3 wonderful children who are all in their 20s now, and I went into private investigations. But what I have seen with the police, and of course I left before the police was amalgamated with traffic, and policing really relies on goodwill of the public. And I believe that an enforcement function like traffic really puts the police at odds with people. When we joined the police, we set an IQ test. If you passed the IQ test, you became police. If you failed that, you became MOT, or City Council, Wellington City Council. And if you failed that, you were We've now got meter-maids and police and commissioned officers. We also increased the physical fitness requirement, and that happened around about 1981 when we had the Springbok tour, which has people like Penny in it. And cops were cops, and so one said, oh yes, I jumped a 6-foot fence, and another one said I did this. And so we had this really high standard of physical fitness, which really precluded a lot of intelligent people from joining that. You know, they can't see the point in running a minute mile because when you've got adrenaline rushing through your body, it's amazing what you can do. So then they came up with this concept of let's make the police a business. So instead of just funding the police have to fund their patrol cars, and they go to ACC and land transport, and that's why accident compensation is. Police are right there when there's a talk of assault or bodily injury, and why they're hot on any traffic matter. So fraud is completely out the window. In my day, we used to go to people's houses. Oh yes, the wheels have gone off your car, we'll fill in a report. Now we tell you to come to the police station. Oh, the police station's only open between 9 and 4. Oh, you don't mind waiting for 40 minutes, so I'm sorry, we can't do anything about this. We'll just file it or call it civil. So most people don't even bother going into report. So we've fluffed around with our statistics, make it difficult to report, don't react, people will give up, therefore crime rates go down. You go to the police, like I'm a private investigator now, you've got an offender, you've got all the details, you take it in. They won't give it a file number until such a time as it's processed and gone to court, because we only deal with positives. And this way we can get rid of the negative statistics, unclear offences. And this is how we function with our corruption statistics as well. There is no such thing as corruption in New Zealand because we haven't defined it. In 2006, I was working as a private investigator, and a lady from Waitangi City Council, Lynn McDonald, who's the third lady out of Green Bay, came to me and she says, Grace, I have to volunteer my council paid time to this organisation called the Animal Welfare Institute of New Zealand. Who are they? So I said, well, they're actually an equivalent of the RNZSPCA, but the RNZSPCA is an incorporated society. This organisation doesn't have any legal existence. It's not a trust in any manner or form that we can see. It's not registered anywhere. And I found that the man who headed it was the previous head of the RNZSPCA before Bob Kerridge, a guy called Neil Wells. He had written his own business plan. He had gone to MPs and offered to write the legislation to facilitate his business plans. He was then independent advisor to the Select Committee. And then as the bill passed into law, he applied for it as the Animal Welfare Institute of New Zealand stating that it had existed when it didn't. So in 2006, we categorically proved that it didn't exist by registering an identity named organisation. The result is it's cost me my marriage $300,000 and no one has acknowledged what's happened. It's been covered up at 90,000 feet. He got Winhoe Lee, Graham Coots and himself to pose as the trust. There are no documents that link anything, that's a total makeover. Because I believe that what happened with AWINS is what's happening in New Zealand, and we've got massive identity fraud happening in the corporate identities. Another example of a very recent one that I worked on, this is board the Crayford Farms. Very interesting. Go. So, we have a company called Milk New Zealand Holding Limited, which is a Hong Kong company. It makes an application to the government to buy the Crayford Farm. So, they check this one out. And up here its company structure is Shanghai Beijing that owns it. But they tell this company, before you can buy the farms, you've got to set up a company. You've got to register in New Zealand. And usually what happens is that this company registers in New Zealand as an overseas company. And then they set up other companies. But what happened in this case is that a company called Milk New Zealand Holding Limited was registered in New Zealand as a New Zealand registered company. Its shareholder was Milk New Zealand Investments, and it had registered office address at Albert Street. I couldn't find Milk New Zealand Investment on the company's register, so I raised a question about it. And they said, oh, sorry, they made a mistake. This company is registered to a company in the British Virgin Islands. So the real owner of the Crayford Farms is this company, which may or may not be connected to the company that they checked out on. I've raised that issue, totally ignored. Now, I've been working with, because I was being sued, and they kept on telling me I had to take a lawyer on. I took a lawyer on. I met him in court. He was a human rights lawyer. Fantastic, I can help you. First of all, he ripped me off on my matrimonial property settlement. He wrote things into my deed after I'd signed it. He then took my matter to appeal and to judicial review, gave it to a junior solicitor, totally botched it. I paid him nearly $100,000. I never got timesheets, and then I got timesheets in the end, and they were duplicates. And, you know, same item, twice on one invoice as on another, except one was 5,000 and 5,000, the other was 4,000 and 7,000. So I complained to the Law Society. He has sued me 4 times since then. The Law Society took 3 years to investigate him. He was actually struck off. His name is Eugene Warnoff. He was struck off being insubordinate to a judgment. That decided a little bit harsh, but he's now had this week. I was in court on bankruptcy claims for $3,000, and he owes me $30,000. Now, you shouldn't be under that kind of attack from lawyers, and it shouldn't take 3 years for the Law Society to investigate their own. I believe that the problem we've got in New Zealand goes right back to lawyers. Lawyers are the only group of people who have their own administration body which looks after them and admonishes them. The police have got the Independent Conducts Commission and they've got the Police Association, two separate bodies. Real estate agents have got two separate bodies. Lawyers only have one. And I don't believe that people can be the enforcement agency and the nurturer at the same time. You can't do it successfully. And that has to be divided. I'm actually starting a petition to have a separate regulatory body introduced for the lawyers. It's my second petition. My other one was presented to government, to Parliament just beginning of June. Was for the Independent Commission Against Corruption, because my matter, which I believe is seriously corruption, if any one of us can write legislation for our own business plan, advise on it, and then set it up without anyone checking whether an organisation exists. How it works with my tech reads like this. Animal welfare is what the SPCA do. Dog and stock control is sort of high data, is what councils do. So, things the cars. So if you were looking for A-wins, you would say, there it is. It was so confusing that the Ministry of Agriculture at the time said it was really hard to differentiate which was which. So a dog control officer paid by council would hop in their car, which was emblazoned to look like A-wins, and pick up someone's hobby. And they'd say, we're going to charge you. And incidentally, under the Animal Welfare Act, they are strict liability offences. Now, strict liability offences, it's been like driving at 60, 65. You've done it, you're there, you're guilty. Other offences which the police, usually enforce are the ones that involve some intention, that they meant to do things, accidental or, oversight doesn't come into it. So it's very lucrative under the Animal Welfare Act, especially the guy who written it with maximum enforcement and minimum responsibility back. Of course, A-wins couldn't be sued because it doesn't even exist. So the dog control officer would pick up your loggy and report it to the manager at Animal Welfare or Dog and Stock Control. He would pass it on to the head of A-wins, which was himself. He would pass it on to his barrister, which was him. That would pass it on to, the person to pay for the damages by diversion or something, which he put in the bank account that only he administered. And it was just perfect public office for a private pecuniary gain. I have been to the police, I've been to the SFO, I have been everywhere. And I'm the one under attack. It was really heartening to hear that Winston Peters, sorry I won't mention that name here, said yesterday that whistleblowers are annihilated in New Zealand. And I'm afraid they are. And this is where it happens. It happens through identity. No one checked in math whether the Animal Welfare Institute of New Zealand actually existed. And as a mother, I take offence to this because it took me 9 months to grow each of my babies. And then it took me 18 years to nurture them before they were considered a legal person. Now, someone sitting in Latvia using a Panamanian trust can have a New Zealand entity, a New Zealand company. Whether or not the trust exists in Panama or whether or not the director exists in Latvia, they've got a New Zealand legal entity. And these legal entities, once they're established here, are buying up property. New Zealand is totally about two things. It's about the NZX, because we've driven all our business. That's why it's so important to be the least corrupt, because that's why people want to invest here. It's about the NZX, and it's totally about tax avoidance and making facility offshore tax avoidance. We're no better. Bahamas has ceased being a tax haven because they found that they would get cruise ships come in and they could offer far more employment to their people and far more constructive work by the tourist trade rather than they can. But just on the NZX aspect, going back in history, we had involved with the government, and his advisor was the Bankers Trust. And of course, John Kiwi became the head of the Bankers Trust. Bankers Trust was, they got their banks deregulated, and Deutsche Bank got involved, and of course they're involved in the Business Roundtable. The Business Roundtable promoted the whole concept of the super city and pushed for the super city. Now, I made a complaint to the police at the beginning of the year about Len Brown, because he received $750,000 over 2 election campaigns from an organisation called the New Auckland Council Trust. Now, it's another one of these kind of organisations. Now you see it, now you don't. And I believe that every organisation in New Zealand that trades, that uses a trading name, must define what it is, who it comprises of, or be a legal person. There's too much of this interest in clothes business where we're dealing with something that can attack you, but they're totally safe because you can't identify. And this is something that lawyers do very, very well. I find it quite amusing to look at magic and tricks. I brought this along today. Does anyone know how to use these? Do you know anyone how to get the ring off? See, everything seems impossible until we know how. And what amuses me about Transparency International New Zealand is that we say our integrity reports are robust because they look at this with the ring on and say, it's got to be robust, there's no way to put that ring on. And Susan Snidely actually said to the conference that he and I were at that they worked on the assumption that since New Zealand was the least corrupt, that our anti-corruption systems must be working. Therefore, corruption is not an issue, therefore it isn't a factor, and we don't have to consider it. I'm, on the other hand, saying that the minute you make an assumption, that's where the corruption and fraud is. I have a 3-step program. Here's my Epsom election flyers. Question everything, assume nothing, learn the truth. And very simple, very straightforward, and very effective. So, we go through. And one to the gentleman next to you. Let's see what else. Trusts are the greatest vehicle for fraud, and they're overused. And the thing that I find that we use most of is invisibility. And invisibility in New Zealand is used by way of trust, people you can't identify, confidentiality clauses, and it's just. That's the mystery, that's the mystique, that's how things got done in the past and people didn't know how to handle it. I think we've become a lot wiser now thanks to the internet and all the rest. There's another, I do some professional speaking and this is one of my other little ones I come across. So don't listen. Yes, my family were ex-murderers. No, my children's great-great-grandfather was John Jeremy Simons. He was a fencible captain. He was actually the brother of William Cornwallis Simons. William Cornwallis Simons was married to set up the Cornwallis Peninsula. He drowned. So his younger brother came up from England, and as he left, his mother gave him this axe. Of course, it's been well used, and we've replaced the handle about 6 times and the head about 10 times. But this is still the same original axe. And this is still the same original Labour Party, National Party, company, anything. And when something has more than 2 parts, which are replaced, don't be fooled by the company, don't be fooled by the name, because the heads have changed and the bodies have changed. And the philosophies have changed. And just because people have done certain things a certain way and have had a good reputation, doesn't mean that they are still here today, because we're buying companies for their reputation, and people are using the reputation of the good company so that they can perpetrate fraud in New Zealand. And as I say, the police don't investigate fraud because they haven't got time, and everything is called civil, and the civil court is not somewhere where we want to go. The rules, the manipulation, the dirty tricks are unbelievable. I mean, you wouldn't play cards with someone who played dirty like lawyers do in court and get away with it. In the end, in a lot of courts, it depends not so much on the evidence, but on who knows the judge best. And that's not the justice system. I do to the common sense we don't have a justice system, and we've got a legal system, but our legal system is not based on law. So that's a part of my time, isn't it? Any questions?
Just how can you find, is there any way, if you're looking at a company, is there any way to find out who the principals are and name? Is there no way?
There is. I get a feeling about companies, and what I do is look at the person who's mentioned as a director. Because a director could be a solicitor, could be a nominee. So you check out the director, and you check out the website, you check out to see who the people are involved in the business. I just got the silly notion you Google. No, not Google. You've got Google does a bit specific, wide-ranging search. But you go to the company's office, business.govt.nz, and you can put a company in and you can see who the directors are.
It's a company that don't exist.
Well, the thing is, there's a trick to that because it could be a limited partnership, it could be now on different registries, so you've got to go on different registries. But we have very much a tendency to use trading names. See, what we do is we sort of say, here's an entity called Penny Grace. And you go to Penny and you say, are you Penny Grace? And she says, no, I'm Penny. And you come up to me and say, I'm Penny Grace. And I say, no, I'm Grace. So where's Penny Grace? Oh, that's us plus 5 others. And you see how you cannot define what that name is. And it's a deception that we allow in law in New Zealand. We also allow everybody to use whatever name you feel like using. And even people standing for election are not standing under their legal name, so they can have whatever name they prefer to use. I could use anything else. Oh, I hear you. Sorry. Yeah, New Zealand's come from an isolated background where people knew each other and we were reasonably honest with each other, and we very, very quickly transmogrified into a complaint-based society where it's open as leather and it's buyer beware, and we don't have any protection in case of fraud.
Why are more of these things not being exposed, really?
Because you get taken out.
If you seem to reach it to the newspaper or
I'm sorry, I wish I could do that. There was a news item, very good news site called Naked Capitalism, which showed that there was a New Zealand company called Unicorn Limited that had been involved in $150 million with money laundering in the Ukraine. And Lily and me sat down and worked out who the company belonged to, because ultimately every company comes back to an actual person. You've got an actual person as a shareholder, you've got a company, the company can be a shareholder of the next company, and it sort of moves up. And it came back to this woman called Lilia Sobolevia, who I know is Eugene Warlock's wife. And that's all I mentioned, was that this through the company's office was Eugene Warlock's wife. And on the basis of that, he's now taking me to court for $500,000 while he's trying to bankrupt me on $3,000. It doesn't make sense. I'm saying it's vexatious, but in our court system is so 12th century. It is absolutely archaic. And basically, you've got to go through these silly processes of producing case law and all the rest. It doesn't come down to nice, because I was a police prosecutor, and the criminal court comes down to facts and evidence, but in the civil court it comes down to this airy-fairy. So what happens is that our criminals who've got more money than honest people, they think that you're going to be a threat. They'll take you to court, so you are something's going to be realise what's happening. And until we change that, nothing's going to happen. We're going to get the protection.
See, the fact of the matter is that protection for whistleblowers in New Zealand, the Protection Disclosure Act, only applies to employees. So when you're like a ratepayer supply, or just a ordinary person that doesn't fit into that category, there are no protections. And so
I've been to the Ombudsman, I've been to the Attorney General. The Ombudsman took 2.5 years and came back with an audit report from NAF. And through that report, I could prove that the whole organisation was fictitious. I took it back to the court, and I just got it back from the judge saying I'm very litigious because this is now my 15th court process. The fact that the other 14 on the defence is totally beside the point. As a police officer, when I was a civil police officer, I would have said, hear a story like that. It's probably not true. That could happen. I'm sorry, it's true. I run a couple of websites. My anti-corruption website, I'm blogging every day now, corruption issues. And my other website is Transparency New Zealand, because Transparency International will join. So I set up Transparency New Zealand to highlight the corruption that we do in New Zealand and ask the hard questions. But a few years ago, they tried to close down a mutual friend of ours called SEMA for blogging, but they realised that the internet has got so big that people could post from anywhere. And the control is no longer just with the media, and people are getting it out there through the internet, and we're able to see behind the way that the law works and the way the decisions are made, which is something we couldn't do 20, 30 years ago.
Just on that Public Records Act, like I say, it's very good legislation, it's just not being implemented. And as you hear with the Ombudsman, they get heaps of complaints, they're miles behind in dealing with stuff. But if the Public Records Act is implemented in a proper way, and that information is already publicly available, like in so many cases it should be, then the Ombudsman won't have so much work to do. So my simple solution to that would be to stop the administration of the Public Records Act being held by the National Office of the Archives, who another lot of useless lot, and divide it into two bits. The creation and maintenance of records, I would make that the job of the Ombudsman, and if they have a vested interest in getting on with it, because they should have less complaints, because the more information that's made publicly available, the less they have people say, give me that information, I want to get that information. And the storage and disposal of records, keep that with the National Office of the Archives. I mean, to me, that's just a simple common sense solution that would make a huge difference. So, yeah, but in terms of solutions, you'll see, as far as our courts are concerned, that if you think New Zealand's perceived to be the best country in the world, we already have these things. Our judges do not have an enforceable code of conduct, and neither do our MPs. And I believe that's one of the main reasons why we keep getting this bad behaviour from our members of Parliament, because they don't have an enforceable code of conduct. Yet they pass the laws that make sure other people have an enforceable code of conduct they have on themselves. Outrageous.
A recent example of how our Commission use corruption will help is that John Key said, people report things to me all the time, and I just put them in my top drawer. So of course, what he does is he keeps you in his top drawer, and if someone comes along and says, one of your MPs, he'll bring this out, and he'll say, I've got this. But my argument is that every time there's a complaint against an MP, which should be independently, properly investigated, that person should be held accountable to the law just the same way as any one of us are. And I believe that MPs and lawyers and people who hold public office have a greater responsibility for the law than ordinary people like us. So I kind of believe that it shouldn't be the Prime Minister who can play a political game with information that comes his way, and it needs to be done independently. And we haven't got those processes. We became like the rest of the world very quickly, and we learned the bad tricks, and we learned that we did the bad tricks, and we need to have safeguards in place.
But that thing about proper written records, like for example, as I say, in New Zealand, we do not know who these people are. But in terms of local government, there is no register of financial interests of local councillors. It's not a mandatory legal requirement, like it is with MPs, but it's not with local councillors. So you've got this terrible sort of big black hole where you don't know. The public doesn't know where our money's going. We don't know if things are done in a proper way. You've got to make complaints, and the parties to whom you make complaints are all useless or corrupt. And but with these corrupt countries in the world, unbelievable. Yeah. But it's not all bad. What we're doing is, look, we've got a huge duty here today. It doesn't matter. At least, you people will be able to go out with greater knowledge of what is actually happening. Word of mouth is really important. And by actually finding out today that Kenneth Collins finally has been forced to resign, that's public pressure. So it's that public pressure thing that does really make a difference. But just one thing I did forget to mention just really quickly was this, what was Auckland growth? I know it's a big issue in Helensville, it's a big issue for the whole of the Auckland area. So I keep saying you take the skinniest part of New Zealand, you're going to stack people on top of each other. Well, how dumb is that? And what I flushed out was from the Department of Statistics was a letter where they stated their recommendation was medium population growth projection, not high population growth projection, because this myth, there's an extra 1 million people coming to Auckland. It's just, like the TV for the line, just keep repeating something. So I thought, hang on, where did that come from? Dig. And then I find out that that wasn't actually the case, because under the Local Government Auckland Council Act 2009, when you get into the spatial planning, it's got to be evidentially based. So if you're going to talk about future population growth, who are the experts in that area? Department of Statistics. And I've got letters from the Minister for Statistics making exactly that point. So what I ended up finding out, where did this extra 300,000 people come from? Median population growth projects about 700,000, high population growth about 1 million. An extra 300,000 people come into Auckland. And I find out, I trawl through the minutes of Auckland Council, and I find out that there's one person, the Chief Planning Officer, Dr. Roger Blakely, he was the one who recommended high population growth. One person. And so what I did, I petitioned and got an inquiry by the Social Services Select Committee, because my petition requested that Parliament declines to proceed with the housing accords and special housing area accord until the lawfulness of the reliance of Auckland Council on the New Zealand Department of Statistics high population growth projections instead of the medium population growth projections for the Auckland Spatial Plan has been properly and independently investigated. Taking into consideration that both Auckland Transport and Auckland Services Limited have relied upon medium population growth projections for their infrastructure and asset management plans. But if you're going to have all these people coming, you've got to have the infrastructure. You just can't, hope that the next day, like magic mushroom, you'll come to school through the roads and the water slide. It doesn't work like that. You need to plan. And my argument was, well, why does all this growth have to come to Auckland in the first place?
Why? Because we're actually, all the people associated with the event for Auckland are out recruiting in India and China, that they've got their own people, they've got their own real estate agents. It's all about them making money, and it's all about large things like Stevens. Just see how much concrete's going in around the business for Stevens a few years ago. I think we sitting very nicely, but okay, we're going to plug that shortly because we're running out of money we don't spend. But we don't do our houses up to some obscene standard. We live within our means, and we should be doing that with our cities, with our country. But Auckland is all about big and bring people in, lots of big enterprise, and that way it's a share market. The Committee for Auckland, we've studied it, is all tied up in NZX, and it's all tied up to bring more people and make more money. And property development. It's not about us, it's not about our lifestyle, it's not about preserving the New Zealand we had, it's about selling it off to the rule.
But the other thing is that how fraudulent is it if the Auckland Council is now borrowing you know, 5.5 billion in debt and you've got 5.8 billion exposure to derivatives. But if you borrow on the basis of a future rating base, which one person basically made up, how's that not fraudulent? You know, you say, well, you know, in 30 years time we're going to have another million people, but actually you can't trace that, you can't base that on fact. Because what happened was when I petitioned Parliament, I studied it, I had 25 pages of evidence, and what happened was the Social Services Select Committee, they talked to the Mayor, Len Brown, and they talked to Dr. Blakely, and the Social Services Select Committee, they said, we think it's reasonable to base it on high population growth projections. I said, I don't care whether you think it's reasonable. I asked if it was awful. Can you please reconsider? We have another view. I was thinking, and then I had a telephone conversation. I said, you are the people who make the law. What is the point of you making the law if you don't stick to it yourselves? Honestly, again, categorise and put all this up. But yeah, you have had a bit of experience with the parliamentary process. We're very closely with Graham McCready, he raced it as well, and we managed to get John Banks held accountable, which was historic and unprecedented. And what I have here is the summons to witness that went to Greg Towers, who was from .com's lawyer, to Wayne Tempero, who was from .com's chief of security, to Nigel Morrison, and to .com himself. I was the process server that actually handwrote them the summonses that got them into court, and the rest is history. But so it does prove that ordinary people can do extraordinary things. The secularists stand your ground, tell the truth, and keep going.
So, I'm just going to mention the funny part and suspicious part about John Banks when he was found guilty. Being a former police prosecuting sergeant, I knew that this definition of being convicted, and some of the Crimes Act, Section 3 of the Crimes Act says convicted means to be found guilty of an indictment. An indictment is any charge that carries an imprisonable term, which of course his did. So I questioned, he and I went into court together, that the judge had found him guilty, and by definition, he had been convicted. And everywhere in the world, the word guilty and convicted means the same thing. In New Zealand, we've now brought it up since June last year, and I've done an Official Information Act request and asked for background documents that brought about the drop-in of Section 3 of that definition. And there is nothing, it's simply just disappeared out of our statutes. And when things can just get taken out of our statutes without discussion, consideration. And the reason that was done was so that John Banks would stay in until sentencing. And he and I never heard anything back about how NRA had been dropped in the High Court, except for the fact that John Banks resigned 2 days later. You know, and this is how things are done sleight of hand. And the thing that I've learned about magic, the reason the wand exists is to have a distraction. And we do such wonderful distractions.
No, would it be
No. And I've had long discussions with some guy down the line too, and he says, oh, there's nothing that's in conflict. And I said, well, hang on, there's one section that says that the evidence must not be such that a jury can't convict. If a jury can't convict, how come a judge can't convict? You know, how come a judge sort of keeps the process? And it's very clear that the word convict comes from the word convince. So when someone's convinced about something, they're guilty. And it's convict. Well, let's rewrite it.
What I'd like to suggest we do is maybe just, have a little bit of a break, and then what I'm really keen to do is to find out, those of you who'd like to stay on, what your main issues are, what do you want in terms of what needs fixing, and we'll look at some solutions. Yeah.
things. No, no.
No?
Alright.
Don't open my door. Don't open my door, sir.
Put your window down.
No, I'm not required to put them out my window.
So I can speak to you, sir.
I can hear you fine.
Right, no bother. Is your phone there?
No.
Any reason why you were on your phone?
I don't consent to your questioning, officer.
What reason's that, sir?
Sir, can I ask you, you standing under your oath today as a constable?
Yes, I am, sir.
Okay. I'll accept your oath to being a constable. I don't consent to you being a police officer. I don't consent to carrying out government corporate business and business on behalf of the Crown. I must advise you, Constable, I'm a very, very peaceful man. There'll be no need for any
chance, sir.
No, I'm not. I understand what a free man is. I'm a Scottish sovereign.
Right.
I'm a very, very peaceful man. Very peaceful, and there'll be no need. I'm speaking, sir. There'll be no need for any of your weaponry. No need for any violence here today. And God's peace be with you, sir. How can I help you?
What is the reason why I've stopped you due to the fact you're using a handheld mobile device?
Okay.
Whilst driving.
I hear what you're saying.
Okay, you're not obliged to say it, let's wish to do so. When you do so, we'll be looking at views and evidence, okay?
Okay.
Charges today's day and date, sir, in London Road, Glasgow, he did use a handheld mobile device, contrary section 41D Delta, the Road Traffic Act 1988. Any reply to make that charge, sir?
Yes.
What's that?
The reply I wish to make to the charge is...
Put your window down a wee bit for me, sir. It's just because I can't hear you, that's all.
Right.
That's great. Thank you very much, sir.
Right. The reply I wish to make to the charge is, I'm not driving today. I am not driving.
You've got your license on you, sir?
A driving licence is in place if I want to act in commerce or for financial gain, but at this point in time I'm simply just travelling.
Right, okay, sir. Can you give me your name and address, please?
My name is John.
John?
Son of David.
That's sir?
John, son of David.
What's your surname?
Well, I don't have a surname. I'm John, son of David. If you have your birth certificate handy, it shows you that...
Any reason why your passenger should come, sir?
Yeah, absolutely, for my own safety and your safety.
No. Okay, sir, no problem. Have you got any identification on your
Am I required to have identification?
I'm just asking if you have.
Am I required to carry it, sir?
Okay, sir, you're kind of obstructing us.
Right, I'm not wishing to obstruct you.
You're
asking who I am, and I'm telling you...
I'm asking you for your name and your date of birth so I can check if you hold a valid DVLA driving licence in which to be driving this vehicle.
Right, okay. If you want to put my registration number in your
I require you to give me your name.
Right. Well, the driving licence is the birth certificate is Crown Copyright, sir. And Crown Copyright, I cannot use that for fraud. That's fraud. You're asking me to commit fraud just now. Because the birth certificate, I'm telling you who I am, sir. My name is John, son of David, born in Lillian.
Right, so what's your date of birth?
Well, I can't even remember coming out of my mother's waters. Can you remember when you were born, sir? You're asking me to commit fraud. I can't tell you a date I was born when I wasn't there.
You committed a moving traffic offence.
I'm not driving, sir. I'm travelling. I'm not acting in commerce. If you read Black's Law Dictionary, I'll show you. Hold on a wee sec. There is a driving licence in place if I choose to use it. Can I just quote you? Sir, this is your documentation with driving and travelling under Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition. A driver is one employed in conducting or operating a coach, carriage, wagon or other vehicle, a horse, mule or other animals, bicycle, tricycle.
Right, sir. You don't provide me your details, I have to warn you, you won't be under arrest for police.
Can I just show you?
Okay, sir.
A traveller, one who passes from place to place. No, I do not understand.
Sir,
I don't understand what you're saying.
You don't understand what I'm saying?
No, I don't understand.
Right, sir. Say this. The fact that you're not giving us any of your details.
Sir, I'm giving you my details.
You're not giving me your details.
You're asking me who I am. I'm John, son of David.
You're obstructing me.
Sir, I'm John, son of David.
Okay. And you will be arrested for the offence of obstruction. The top of the moving road traffic offence you committed.
Right, okay. Right, okay. I'll tell you who I am. I am John, son of David, from the family Burns. That is who I am. No, that's not my name, sir. My name is John, son of David, from the family Burns. I'm not John Burns. That is not me.
What name is
the name in my birth certificate? The name in my birth certificate is the name of my birth certificate is John Burns.
John Burns.
Right, but that is not me. I must advise you, Constable. I'll be using this in court of law, and that is not me.
For the purposes of me checking out your DVLA driving licence, your name, for all intents and purposes, is John Burns. Would that be correct?
That would be correct. But that's not my name and that's not me. I'm John, son of David.
John.
Born in the family Burns.
Do you mind if I call you John?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Sir.
Thank you.
Would you be able to give me your date of birth, please? The one that is registered on your birth certificate?
I can't give you that date of birth. You're asking me to commit fraud just now. It's fraud if you commit a crime. No, it's not.
It's fraud if
using it.
But I can't confirm. I can't remember coming out of my. I can't remember coming out of my mother's waters. Can you? Listen, Mum. Both my parents are confirmed liars because they told me about Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy, and if I kissed lassies, my teeth would fall out, and all they were lies. So I can't confirm to you that my date of birth is true. And you're asking me, and you're asking me to commit fraud. Thank you very much, Constable.
What's your date of birth, John?
Right, I can't confirm it to you. I tell you what I'll do here. I'll confirm where I'm currently residing.
See this fine lady here. Does she ever buy you a card annually once a year? If so, what use does that have?
She doesn't give me birthday cards, Constable.
A terrible woman.
Listen, I feel sorry for you guys standing in the rain. I really do.
Right.
I'm alright with that.
Alright, sir. The first date is registered. The first date is registered on your life.
Everybody you stop me just give you other details and sit in your motor or whatever, it's fine. This is good for you. It's educational purposes.
Right, sir. We'll ask you what address is actually. Sorry, what date of birth is held on your DVLA driving licence? That you hold?
Well, I can't confirm that because that's fraud. You're asking me to commit fraud just now.
Mr. of David, you know fine well.
I'm John of David, son of David, born in Lillian. What you can do is you can check my address out if you want.
Do that.
Aye, and I'll confirm who I am. John, son of David from the family Burns.
Not really.
It is.
I require your date of birth, sir.
But I can't give you that. You're asking me to commit fraud.
See, I've got a pal called Frank Hogg, right? Frank Hogg stays with his dad, who's Frank Hogg. Frank Hogg's got a boy called Frank Hogg.
Can I give you one of these leaflets?
No,
it helps you get away with park tickets, tickets and red lights.
What about mobile phones? Is it ever?
Aye, anything that's against you if you're not driving, because we're just travelling just now. Aye, it's insured. Insured to the 13th of November. John, son of David.
Right, John.
Sir?
Yes.
Yes, Constable.
What is the date of birth that is held on your...
I can't confirm that, Constable. I'm not trying to be awkward, but I can't confirm to you that, because I wasn't there.
Right, John.
Sir, Constable.
Right, sir.
Thank you.
If you don't provide me with your correct details, sir, you will be under arrest for obstruction, okay?
Right. Can I be under arrest for obstruction? Because I'm not causing obstruction. I'm telling you exactly who I am.
You're not, sir. Okay, I require you to give me your name and your date of birth so I can check out if you hold a valid DVLA driving licence. You're failing to do that, sir. Okay? Right. So, as I said to you, are you willing to give me the details? I can't remember my date of birth. I can't remember my date of birth. And I'm not causing obstruction, I'm telling you who I'm on, and I'm telling you where I stay.
You're obstructing the police in the line of their duty.
I can't remember my date of birth. So how can I be obstructing anybody? I can't remember. You say to me, do you remember going through that life? I've not got my driving licence on you, I'm not driving. I'm just simply travelling. At this point, there is a driving licence in place if I choose to use one, if I want to use the road.
You require for old one, sir.
If I want to act in commerce or financial gain, then I've got a driving licence in place. But at this point in time, under your dictionary, I'm just simply travelling, sir. There's the travelling. One who travels from place to place, whether for pleasure, instruction, business or health. A traveller, sir, under Black's Law Dictionary, which is your dictionary.
What does that say you don't need a driving licence?
Right, I'm a traveller just now. There's a driver, one employed. I'm not employed just now, I'm just simply going to the shop for a banana. I'm not employed, I'm not a driver. And I'm not causing obstruction, I'm telling you exactly what I'm doing. But I can't tell you my date of birth, I don't know it. If you ask me who, I'm John, son of David, that is who I am. No, I'm John, son of David, born of the family Burns. That's my name. That's who I am. That's been accepted in Glasgow Sheriff Court.
What's the name of
many occasions. What?
The driving licence you've got, what's the name?
John Burns.
What would be your conformist name?
But I'm not conform, I'm not in the least subject.
You have to get your driving licence. So when you were doing that, what name did you use? John, see at the end of the day, I'm not wanting to lock you up, right? I want to go for a cup of tea.
See my nice guy, Constable?
Well, a lot of people disagree with that, right?
Maybe they do. You seem alright with me.
I'm not wanting to lock you up. I'm not wanting to ruin your day.
Right. Okay.
I want to get this sorted. Possibly because of the rain. I'm getting wet.
Right, I'll tell you what I'll do. Right?
I don't need an umbrella.
No, it's alright.
What I need to do, John, is get your name and your date of birth because you're committing a moving road traffic offence.
Right, okay. I've got you my name.
I require your name and your date of birth.
There's a date of birth. There's a date of birth I was told, but you must write, I cannot confirm that date of birth.
That's alright, so what we'll do is, we'll do checks via DVLA to ensure that you've got a licence in place.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Know that I need one right enough because I'm just travelling at this moment in time. I'm just going for a banana.
What's your current address, sir?
Right, okay, hold on a second, I'll write this down now.
John, that's not what I was expecting.
Is it?
No.
What were you expecting, sir?
You okay for saying that, John?
Somewhere left of the 7-3 or something like that, you know.
Somewhere what?
To the left of the 7-3 by the 7th moon or something weird that you're going to tell me.
I'm just telling you fact, this is your dictionary.
It's not my dictionary.
This is what you're told in Black's Law Dictionary.
Right, so give us a couple of minutes, we'll do the checks, right? We'll come back. We'll deal with the rest of it, okay?
I've finished answering your charts, by the way.
Right, we'll come back and I'll...
Right.
What's your reply?
It's very, right, okay, where did
I can't write War and Peace.
No, I'll give you my reply.
Yeah.
Right, what is it, what did you write in your book? Because I don't even know what you've said, what you've wrote already.
I've not started writing it yet because you started telling me you weren't going to give me your details, sir.
Right, okay.
So,
right, my reply is just now,
yeah.
The Road Traffic Act does not apply to me. As at this point in time, I am not driving a vehicle. Simply just travelling. That's it.
Okay, sir.
No
you do hold a valid DVLA licence.
If I choose to drive in commerce or for financial gain.
I'll just ask you the question, sir.
There is one in place, yes.
Okay, do a couple of checks off the back speak in a minute, okay,
that's
sir?
Fine, no problem. Did you enjoy your job as a constable?
I used to enjoy it.
Used to tell you on the Scottish Sovereigns?
No.
So you met the Sovereigns? Do you want a flyer?
No, it's alright.
Are you sure?
Not for my work. I went like anyway, 3 instead of 4.
Could you put that on the police station for us?
We didn't get chances of that, John.
I think you should, because it helps people with dealing with, it helps people dealing with like Road Traffic Act and the council tax, the bedroom tax. Fines, if you get a fine, we can help you deal with that, Constable.
I'll be in touch, John.
Aye, just join the site. Join this PC pod and you're for you.
I'll do that.
I must say, he's a quite friendly. I didn't used to be this friendly with constables, I tell you.
Aye.
I used to be very aggressive. I used to be very, but you know, I'm just a sovereign. So you're driving just now today, aye?
I'm not driving, John. I'm merely travelling.
No. Obviously, I like your style, right? But you're actually driving because you're acting in commerce. I'm just travelling.
Aye.
So you're a driver.
We're going to buy a banana.
Aye.
So
but you'll know.
No, but you are.
I'm just going
for
a
banana. So surely that's.
I don't know. I need to look that man up. I don't know. I'm just travelling in it.
Under the purchase of exotic fruits, I would imagine.
Aye, the Purchase of Exotic Fruits Act 1988.
Listen, you better not be sticking me on YouTube later on.
We will. Can I get the address? Aye, listen, you'll be under Police Scotland, Glasgow, right?
Right, okay.
And if you Google it, there's another guy that's on it as well. He's very articulate and all that.
You put me down as Tam, son of wee Bobby for the Calton.
Right, okay. Right, okay. I'll write that as a comment. I'll write that down there. Tam, son of wee Bobby for the Calton. Is that what your fake Constable?
That's a wee Bobby was right.
Right, Tam, son of Bobby.
Wee Bobby.
Tam, son of wee Bobby.
Big Bobby's in the same street. You don't want to confuse the two of them, you know.
Right, I see. For the Calton, right, okay. See, I'll tell you why my girlfriend, my lovely girlfriend here's laughing, because I get stopped before and I got all aggressive and I was getting... But you learn, the law. Once you learn the law, you learn how to deal with the constables and then it's alright. You don't fear them anymore, it's no problem. Because I understand these are just doing a job now as opposed to, it's like, oh, the police, I mean. And it's funny, it's good, it's entertaining. Wait till you get me in court. I'm properly at Fiscal and I'm properly at Inbrand Soul and I'm party litigant, so wait till you get on the dock in front of me.
Give me a half time.
Well, I'm just asking, did I tell you, Constable, I was going for a banana?
Did?
I didn't tell you that. You won't forget me.
That's for sure. See, when I chuck it, you're going to be a chapter in my book. Or a whole chapter.
Join the site.
Not just a footnote.
You need an email address and a password and that gets you into Scottish Sovereigns.
Samson of Bobby at google.com.
Right, okay. this is going to be good. This will get a million hits on YouTube. I've got tax for a year and I've got insurance and my MOT's just been done, so it's all fine.
Great stuff.
No warrants, something's happening. Great, hunky dory.
Glad to hear it. So where he's off to this good morning.
Just going for a bit. Oh my God, still. Try to catch me. Try to get me to see I was a driver. Well, I had a good laugh anyway. This doesn't even go to court, honestly. I've been so many times, the Proctor of Fiscal just wraps it once they find out we're sovereigns, honestly. And we go to court, when we go to court, they try and get us on the name and we read out a 3-page statutory declaration of who we are. And Bangalore Principles of Judicial Conduct 2002.
So are you John Burns?
No, I'm John David.
Did you used to be John Burns?
I probably used to when I was born, but I didn't consent to it.
No, you didn't?
No, because I was only wee.
That's right. I was wee when I was born today.
Oh, yeah, right.
You wouldn't believe that.
I wouldn't know, no.
Right, so,
right.
Everything came back on the details that you gave us.
That's amazing.
When was the last time, when did you move away from 37 Elm Drive?
I've changed my licence, I've sent it away, I've done it. Aye, it's done. Right. They sent me it back because there was something wrong in the spelling mistake. They sent it back, so I reposted it 2 weeks ago, so it's done. I know it was right. Aye, my licence was changed.
No problem, as long as you know about it.
Aye, I've changed it to John, son of David.
Have you? Aye.
Aye.
Here I know, sir.
That's my name.
Yep, no problem.
What's your dad's name?
My dad's no longer on this planet.
But he still had a name?
Aye, aye.
Well, there you go.
So his parents gave it to him, so I'm not sure if it's true, because parents are liars.
Aye.
Santa Claus
and the Tooth Fairy.
Correct.
That's right.
Alright, so what we'll do is I'll submit a case to the Procurator Fiscal.
That's fine. I look forward to going to court. I'm part of litigant and procurator in Rem so that'll be good. We enjoy going to court. All our court dates are on the site if you Google it.
Right, no bother.
30 is going to court and like us.
That's it. Oh, you don't bring anything with you,
Oh, aye.
Oh, no.
And we're very passive and very peaceful. We don't cause any trouble. We just sit and observe. We're against corruption. We're not against the police.
What a nice guy. So,
we're a nice guy. We're
sovereign. Something to confirm that you've got the relevant documentation.
I've got to smile anyway. Aye.
How you doing, folks? This is Gary from the Scottish Sovereigns on the land.nite.com. You can also find us by googling SSOTL or Scottish Sovereigns. You will find us. Just a little introduction to the site, folks, for anybody who may be interested in joining up. What we're about? Well, we're about solution. We're trying to help people, not only in Scotland but globally, to achieve their aims as far as solution is concerned. So as you can see, this is the Scottish chat box. 21 members online at the moment, and we invite you to join if you're solution based. You have got ideas or things you wish to discuss with other fellow thinkers, shall we say. And of course, I've got the radio here. It's a radio show ongoing as this video is getting made, and we endeavour to keep the chat box as nice and tidy as we can. Basically carry a a good code of conduct where we respect each other, so there's never much any discrepancies on the chat box. All very good members, of course. Right down we've got events, things that we're getting up to. Veteran tax, of course, is an important one. So we invite you, formally invite you to join up to the Scottish Sovereigns, and let's get Scotland woken up. And on that note, if we never meet, I wish you well. I hope you're safe in the future. Stay safe. Stay sovereign.
Ladies and gentlemen, John Key, leader of the National Party, Prime Minister of New Zealand since 2008. Everyone voted for him without knowing his track record, who he worked for, where his career originated, and how he does business today. And by the end of the short video, you will know enough to be able to make an informed decision when voting him in or not again. John worked for 10 years as a New Zealand investment banker since the mid-1980s, and when the stock market crashed, he made a killing selling New Zealand dollars. He headed offshore in 1995, working for Merrill Lynch, the bank that was exposed as the world's first derivatives traders, and went bust during the 2008 financial crisis due to its heavy investment in the derivatives market, swallowed up by the Bank of America, which it turns out John Key still has shares in. A conflict of interest, considering anyone could Google the bank name and fines to see it's been fined many times for drug dealing, gun running, money laundering, and is famous for getting countries into debt. Is John Key personally profiting from New Zealand's growing indebtedness? The Bank of America also has a stake in the military-industrial complex, who've profited tremendously after several successive no-end-in-sight illegal US wars, and this gives you an idea of the kind of circles John revolves in. John's worked for Merrill Lynch in Singapore, London, Sydney, and Ireland, and when the Irish economy was kicking off, it was allowing sweetheart tax breaks to big banks and financial institutions if they moved their back offices to Ireland. So John did, assisting 15,000 of his clients to avoid tax. The Irish economy was hollowed out with debt, collapsing shortly after John skipped the country and put all his money into blind trusts. John Key knows what's in his blind trusts. He's a bit of a drinker and let it slip while a bit pissed that he owns a vineyard. Turns out that vineyard is in his blind trust, although he claims he doesn't know what's in it. This is because he has two trusts, one blind and one not so blind, that mirrors the other one. He was in charge of business units like global foreign exchange and European bond and derivative trading. What is derivative trading? Basically, it's so complicated that the Auditor General once said something like, "It's such a technical area that I can't understand it, so I got KPMG to investigate themselves for me, and they assure me it's all good, bro." Do you recall the Great Depression? Of course not. In the 1920s, you could buy $10 of shares for only $1 down, allowing people to gamble on the stock market at incredible volumes. Massive amounts of fake money and debt was generated, and the economy got sucked into it like a black hole. To prevent that happening again, a law was crafted called the Glass-Steagall Act, which was repealed in 1999, leaving the US derivatives market completely unregulated. The New York State Gaming Commission tried to regulate it because they saw derivatives as gambling, but they were unsuccessful, obviously. In 1999, John was legally allowed to sell derivatives in America due to the repeal of Glass-Steagall and was invited to represent Merrill Lynch and joined the Foreign Exchange Committee of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, a private banking cartel that has a monopoly on the supply of money and loan it to the US government at interest and more or less control the US government through debt. Ownership of the 13 banks with shares in the Fed can be traced back to the world's most ultra-intergenerational wealth families, hidden away from public view via an elaborate network of family trusts. John worked there for 2 years and twice undertook management studies at Harvard University in Boston. He became known as the Smiling Assassin by colleagues after personally terminating over 100 employees in one day with a big beaming smile, no guilt, no remorse, no conscience. A corporate psychopath. Known to be charming and enchanting when you first meet them, but are ultimately shallow and have few meaningful, lasting relationships. They crave money and power and are willing to sabotage, intimidate, manipulate, steal, defame, lie, and cheat shamelessly, without guilt. Desiring both attention and idolization, they have pathological narcissism and despise being criticized. They are also often sexually promiscuous. Private prosecutor Graham McCready is including a DVD of The Wolf of Wall Street in his evidence against John Key, evidence of the lifestyle and mentality Key and co-workers likely enjoyed on Wall Street. Normally on Wall Street, your earnings get paid 40% cash, 40% stock, 20% options. Key demanded to be paid 100% in stock and options. That's where his incentive to crime is. Can you imagine the opportunities for insider trading when you literally run the country? He tried to flush out commercially sensitive information from the Ombudsman when Transrail New Zealand was being valued while at the same time owning shares in it. John Key cannot help himself. When Key left Wall Street after 6 or 7 years in foreign exchange, he was in the tip-top of the elite with roughly $50 million on salary and bonuses. Key refers to his $5 million mansion as the house that Merrill built. They had a beach house in Omaha and now have a $3.2 million Hawaiian holiday home. Only 202,000 people have incomes above $30 million. Roughly 2,000 of those are billionaires. John says, we're not ridiculously wealthy. There are lots of people not seen on the NBR rich list that have a lot of money. Not counting his blind trusts, he could be worth hundreds of millions. Is he a Wall Street banker or New Zealand Prime Minister? Jumping forward to the 2008 financial crisis, Money magazine said derivatives were one of the chief causes of the 2008 credit crunch, a collapse that happened in the same year we elected John Key to handle the debt crisis he helped cause, as he admitted on breakfast television. And what did he do once elected in order to save us from the debt crisis? He borrowed more money than all previous prime ministers combined. We've gone from 8 billion to over 80 billion so far, with another 112 billion worth of derivative debts in off-the-book accounting that haven't been reported on since 2011, so they must be growing. Key knew about his unauthorized biography long before it was released, and guess what? It doesn't even mention the word derivatives once. A man of the people, you say? He's supposed to be the Member of Parliament for Helensville and lives across town in a $5 million Parnell mansion he calls the house that Merrill built. Only had one public meeting in his electorate the whole election, on the proviso that no one can talk about or criticise him, any other party, or their policy, or their candidates. And guess who was the only person that violated these conditions, which John Key himself set up for everybody else? John Key! John's done many terrible things and told so many lies that we could never cover them all because there are new ones every day. But here's a few right honourable mentions. Goods and services tax used to be 13.5%. He said he wouldn't raise it, and then he raised it. The Government Communications and Security Bureau, the GCSB. He said he wouldn't break the law and spy on Kiwis. He then spied on Kiwis illegally. Then he changed the law retroactively to make breaking the law legal and continues to spy on Kiwis to this day. The TPPA, the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, a secret trade treaty that both National and Labour are pushing. It will seize control of the economy and to a large extent the government's ability to write its own laws if they impede the will of international corporations who are writing the secret treaty. If we impede on their profits, we're taken to the World Court, which the corporations control, and have to pay fines in a case which the banks and corporations cannot lose. We already provide 3 Queen's Counsel lawyers for the World Bank-controlled World Court to go out and take money from poor countries that can't pay off their debt to the bankers already. The Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement is of better use as TP when you need to PP at a PPTA meeting. New Zealand Defence under John Key. Operation Katapo, a training exercise to depose an anti-US leader, the largest amount of foreign troops in New Zealand since World War II, using protesters holding placards with anti-American slogans as mock terrorists. Will the US protect its financial interests in New Zealand by force if necessary? NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. John signed a partnership agreement with NATO, the world's pseudo-private army, and the US Coast Guard. John Key wants them to return to New Zealand and have jurisdiction in our waters. Some harbours are being dredged to make them deeper, allegedly to allow for larger vessels. We're already able to accommodate the world's largest cruise liners. What's larger than the world's largest cruise liner? Aircraft carriers. It's also now been made illegal for New Zealand police to pull over foreign military vehicles on our roads. We are also a strategic nuclear submarine outlet. Submarines can fire missiles in the Northern Pacific and then escape into underwater trenches and travel undetected all the way to New Zealand. Recently, a massive remodel of Ohakea Air Base, of a few fences and other high-tech upgrades costing millions, all allegedly because we're getting just 10 new helicopters. Agenda 21, the agenda for the 21st century. The environmental policy of Greens, Labour, Internet Mana and National is all Agenda 21, but they call it sustainability, smart growth, smart meters and sustainable development. Signed by Prime Minister Jim Bolger in 1992 aboard Prince Charles' private yacht, this UN document is the global template for how to locally set up a total surveillance and control grid for all human activity for administrative convenience at a global level. Plans include microchipping livestock, classify most of the nation's landmass as protected areas that are off limits to human activity, establish super cities connected by mega highways for human resettlement, and predominantly cramped apartment blocks along railroad tracks. So, let me see if I have this straight. He's a psychopathic, narcissistic, passive-aggressive with daddy issues, and he has control of a country that has no corruption prevention framework. He may have been sent here to destroy this country, but it is not destroyed yet, and we can change our future if we choose to. If we sink Team Key, it will deal a crippling blow to the financial elite's agenda. You can search and verify any of these facts for yourself. The research for this video was provided by Evelyn Gilbert from Aotearoa Wider Perspective, Ben Vidgen, author of State Secrets, Penny Bright, Anti-Corruption Watchdog, and Ian Parker from Public Credit or Bust. This is Vinnie Eastwood. Vote wisely, New Zealand.
Mane vid jog gamaओ सिंगी साच खबर कंतला ज्ञान बहुत चराओ ताति को आत्म बस करके विचार नाम दारम बाजे परम तार तार को उपजय राग सारम उगते तान तरंग रंगत ज्ञान दीप बंदान सब चक्रे.
First of all, let me say hi to Bill and hi to yourself, and I'm very delighted to have the opportunity to respond to the questions of Avalonians. My name is Simon Parks. I'm a politician. I'm a local elected councillor for the town that I live in. And ever since I've been a very young boy, small boy, I've had experiences with what I prefer to call interdimensional or extra-dimensional entities. I've also come from a family which people would refer to as an Illuminati background family. And about three and a half years ago, I decided to go public with my experiences in my family. And I'm very, very delighted that I stood for an election after I'd gone public and I was elected. I'm delighted because the public were able to have access to that information, and yet they still chose to elect me. And I think that bodes very well for humanity in the future. That's a very, very hard question. My answer will shock people, and it won't be the answer they expected, and it's the mantis, or the mantis. And that will really surprise and shock people.
Why?
Because they will expect the Palladians or the Andromedians or one other humanoid group. They won't expect the answer I've just given. It's difficult because mantids take part in abductions, and a number of people have quite rightly reported mantids have hurt them. So for me to sit here and then say, well, actually, the mantids are the human races, one of the human races, best. I can't use the word, get out jail card, but they are one of the most helpful and will become one of the most helpful assets that humanity can get its hand on. But most people will have a great difficulty in understanding that. I think also that they are humanoid, and so people can connect with a creature that has a humanoid form, and a creature that's not humanoid, people will have a problem with trust, even people who are beginning to become aware. The reality is that beyond this there is and I use the word lightly, there's a game being played out, and there has been for thousands of years. The mantids are absolute centre to this game. And people don't actually realise that although the mantids are in agreement with the reptiles and have for many thousands of years, but the mantids have their own plan at the end of it. Indigenously, no. Transplanted, yes. So, for instance, the Adam and Eve bases on the moon, or is it the Eve base on Mars? I forget now. But of the bases that are currently existent on the moon and Mars, there is life there. But that isn't life that was already there, that's life that's arrived there. Previous existence has long since gone. The other gaseous planets have life, but not advanced life in their form. I don't accept hollow Earth. What I do accept is caverns in the Earth, where facilities can be placed, small cities can be built, but the concept of a hollow Earth, in terms of a hollowed out Earth, no. But certainly if we're talking about considerable size facilities, then I would accept that, but not a hollow Earth, no.
So, by considerable size cities, do you mean something like the size of London?
No, that's too big.
Okay.
No, I would say a population of 100,000.
Okay. The Earth is not hollowed.
No, because if you imagine if you were to, as they often do, set explosions off on the Earth, if it was anything like the moon, you would get a hollow pinging back. But because the sound waves coming back from anything from geological to testing for oil, coming back generally showing a solid base. However, there is one part, and we've been talking about Antarctica, which isn't hollow in the true sense of the word hollow Earth, but there are large cavernous areas there where cities have been in the past and some are active now. So you could call it hollow, but I don't want to get you imagine like the moon or anything like that that's hollowed out on the inside. I don't want you to imagine sort of a football, basically. It's not like that. A reptilian mentality is one of arrogance, power, self-assuredness, and absolute belief in the right to dominate others and through any force that's necessary, without love, absolutely addicted to ritual and ceremony. A mantid is not a creature that exists to control in terms of physical force, but exists to be a referee or an arbiter between different universes, different groups. So the mantid's role is one of, in a football match, being a referee. But it only works if both sides agree that that referee can have the power to decide who is right and who is wrong. To prevent massive wars, the mantids have actually been given that role by a number of races. In terms of love, no, mantids don't have love as humans understand it, but mantids have compassion. That's the difference. Yeah, so I much prefer to be in the company of a mantid than I do. If I'm in the company of a mantid, I can be much more relaxed. I don't have to be careful what I'm going to communicate, and I don't have to be on my guard. If I'm in the company of a reptile, I have to be extremely careful what I communicate, imagine a new oil field found somewhere off the coast in America, and America has the boats to go and get the oil, but it doesn't have the drilling technology, so it goes to the Germans, and the Germans provide the drilling rig, but they don't have, actually should be the optics, and the Germans should provide the optics, and the British supply this, that and the other. In terms of humanity, for a very long time, a number of alien races have pooled their resources to interact with humanity. So to a certain extent, the mantid race, which is a fourth dimensional race, and the reptilian, or the Draco reptilian, which is a fourth dimensional race, do share a number of goals and will participate together. However, they have their own individual goals themselves, which are not necessarily mutually supportive of each other, and having to be careful because there's a lot to play out on that particular topic. Those are not valued. Human aliens value things like that in music. They don't value that. They do value being at peace with themselves, and that might be by playing a resonance of sound, which they then feel very comfortable with. They don't pursue sports. Their pursuit is, when I say knowledge, I don't mean knowledge in the human sense, but knowledge of other races and how those races can interact with each other. That's their pursuit. But no, again, we use the term hive mind, and you are capable of being hooked into a hive mind, and therefore you will have the knowledge that your grade gives you. So any living creature that has a hierarchical system clearly has not evolved far enough. And the mantids know they haven't evolved far enough, and they wish to evolve spiritually. That's very important. So if you are created, then you are either going, a mantid, you are either going to be a doctor, a computer expert, or a pilot, or you're going to be a decision maker, somebody referred to as a master. So you are placed into a stratified area, and you will learn the knowledge that you are required to know to carry out the function of that task. But you don't have to go to an educational establishment to learn that. They don't breathe oxygen. Very interesting. I remember in a communication with one, and it started to, I don't know if anybody's ever seen and can remember Arnold Schwarzenegger in the Terminator film, Terminator 2. And by the end of the film, Terminator 2, and Cameron, by the way, is a very interesting director, but we'll leave him aside. But at the end of it, the computer had learned to tell a joke. So the Terminator had begun to understand humour, but whether it understood it or whether it just knew when to interact with it. So these creatures are the same. They don't naturally have humour, but they understand humans. And for instance, when interacting with a human, they will use hand gestures, even though they're communicating from mind to mind. They will use a hand gesture because they understand that humans use hand gestures, and therefore it makes the human more at ease. So they have learned to be appropriate around the human, whereas other creatures don't give a damn. Why should they bother? Like the reptilians. But mantids do not have a sense of humour, but they will mirror or reflect back a person's personality in an attempt to gain some form of acceptance. We'll start with the easy answer, which is first of all the reptiles. The reptiles want to remain the status quo. They want to, doesn't matter what the technology on the earth is, no matter what your religion is, as long as you are a subservient race, the reptiles are fine with that. decided that it is time to end that dominance. But they can't do it by force on the planet. But they have used force from space. So physical force has been used and will continue to be used. And the key outcome will be, I think people don't understand this. I'm probably very pedantic, but I refer to Earth humans and humans. Because if you are an Earth human, that means you have an Earth human soul. So you have a human body, but you have a human soul. That is a soul that's been recycled on Earth for ages. But you can have a human body, but have an alien human soul. So you could be Lyran, you could be Palladian, or you could be Syrian, which are the three purest human groups. But you're still not human in Earth human terms, but you are to the greater human. So we have three key players. Lyran, which is the purest of the human group, and then you've got the group that split to the Cyrus, and then you've got the Palladians. The Palladians actually are human, are incredibly warlike, and people don't understand this. They think that we're Palladians, but that's incredibly warlike. And remember, when the Palladians came here, there wasn't a single creature that could contain their frequency except the dolphins. The dolphin was the only creature whose body was capable of maintaining the frequency of the Palladians, and that's why Palladian people are absolutely connected to the water and to dolphins. And that is why lots of children will want to go to play with the dolphins. And did you know in America that it is illegal for any American citizen to have a contact with a dolphin unless it is through an organization? Because the elite know, and it is illegal in America for, if you went down to the beach and you saw a dolphin and you touched it, you could be arrested. Because the elite know. But you have, that's why there are groups in America, organizations, very profitable, and you can send your kid and you pay lots of thousands of dollars and you can go and swim with a dolphin. It's allowed to do that. But they are always infiltrated by CIA or NSA because they know what's going on. That's why there's so many oil spills. That's why they want to kill dolphins, because of that. So the Palladian group has a very big future on this planet. So have the Lyrans. So you have Syrians. And the Magics have an important part to play. So those are the key players in the future. You'll notice that there's one group that's missed out there, which is the reptilian group. That's my answer. With any group, you will find splinter groups going off, a line forming. I certainly don't use Americanisms. I certainly don't buy the idea of large numbers of Palladians forming any sort of alliance with reptilian groups simply because they've been at war with them for too long. They are totally opposed to the values. Each their own values are totally different. No, I don't accept that. I do accept the fact that there may be hybridization, where there are Palladian type creatures who have been hybridized with reptilians. Right. And perhaps themselves, they don't know which side of the fence they're on. That is possible. That is much more likely if people are reporting seeing these beings. I would suggest that that's what they're seeing. They think they have reached the pinnacle, but there is no further way to go. If you were to have a debate with a senior reptilian, he would tell you that mammals smell. He would tell you that mammals have to evolve and change to survive and adapt, and that he doesn't have to change because he's been in that form for absolutely millions and millions of years. And reptiles don't need to evolve, therefore they've reached the pinnacle, they've reached the top point, there is nothing better than them, and everyone else is inferior. So that is the mindset. That's not true. Okay. They have been largely largely contained. In other words, a number of bases that they were existent on have been taken out. There are still a number of bases where there are just a few hundred left in the Earth now, just a few hundred. They are still there, but they are not, they're putting their head up above the parapet, shall we say. They're not receiving any reinforcements. That's very important. They can, and they are, because if they weren't, we'd have thrown off the bombs and we would be charging headlong towards freedom. They're still very much pulling the strings and influencing us directly. I would say 90% of them are.
Yeah.
I would say 90% of them. And the Valon, I would just change that as Jinn, which is an interdimensional species. So I would disagree with him. To me, the Valon is a name for an interdimensional species, which is the Jinn. If I just very quickly talk about the Jinn, it's something that's very little on the internet, very little read about. When humanity arrived here, its consciousness expanded, and the dominant life form on the planet in a non-physical form was a Jinn. And when human expansion of its consciousness took place, the Jinn were forced out of the third dimension, but not quite into the fourth. So they inhabited the space between the third and the fourth. As a result of that, they absolutely hated humanity. They are related to the reptilians. The reptilians were working with humans, and the reptilians did not allow the Jinn to take reprisal actions against the humans. Because this Jinn or Valon exists between the third and the fourth dimension, they're accessible from the third, and so the reptilians trained certain members of what we call the Illuminati to have the power to conjure or bring forth these creatures, and they use them predominantly to attach to humans, humans that they are very interested in. And so this is part of the magic that they can pull through. In the Western world, we really think of elves, fairies, goblins, and jinn. We don't understand it. But in the Eastern world, the Quran not only talks about them, but how to get rid of them. And if we think about the stories we have of Aladdin and the lamp, and the word genie is just simply jinn, but unfortunately in the West we're forgetting our learning. Yes, very much so. Very much so. Interesting, because the Quran, unlike the Bible, is enmeshed into the law of many Muslim countries, and they understand the energetic, not just the physical, and they believe that all evil is created by the jinn, the demon race. So when they see a UFO, they will just say that's a jinn. So it is the human perception of that is a jinn. Well, you see that sometimes now, because with researchers have a heck of a job to decide whether a person is reporting a shadow being or a jinn. So that's you know, if you are mindset is, well, everything is a jinn, or everything is this, then everything you see is that. I mean, the Iranian Air Force has intercepted countless UFOs, but the public, who are very, very strong in their Islamic law, wouldn't begin to discuss a UFO. To them, it would be a demon in the sky. But the Iranian military would know it's a UFO. So it's just the way it's handled. I know when David Icke started talking about this, he lost an awful lot of people, because that was the point that a lot of people lost it and couldn't cope with it. And very, very difficult for someone to come to terms with. personally have seen people change. It seems perfectly normal to me. I think when I did my television documentary, I did mention that I was in a car with a young woman and we were both taken. But what I didn't mention, because the documentary wasn't to be trusted, people are meant to be trusted, but I could talk to other millions. When we returned back in the car, there was a great deal of missing time, and at that moment I didn't remember what had happened. It did take me a few hours to get back. The young woman with me didn't remember. Now, she had a complete reptilian soul, and in height she was 5 feet, about 5'5", 5'5.5". And when we got back, and she was absolutely drenched in sweat, and she came up to give me a hug because she was scared. And where her head should have come up to here, her head was up here. And the first thing I did was look down and say, "Have you still got your shoes on?" And she'd taken her shoes off, and I had taken my shoes off. And so what we did from that point on, we put a chart up against the wall, and every sort of 4 or 5 hours, we'd stand her against it and mark it. I still got the chart, I kept it, and she increased about 3 inches. Now, modern science can't accept that. Modern science could not and would not accept it. The reality is that she had genetics in there, in her body, and her body was attempting to return to its normal size, which would have been, God knows, 8, 9, 10 feet, something like that. But in a human body, you restrain, you can't do that. But it had enough genetics in it to allow that to change. And I personally witnessed over a 1 week period 2 spikes where she put on 2.5 inches and then went back down to normal, and then again, which meant 2 abductions, 2 takes in a 1 week period. And she was the one that said to me quite clearly, her brother, she's seen her brother's back completely morphed into scales. I fully accept it, and I have no problem with it. It's exactly what I would expect, because how can you dominate a population unless you look like them? You have to look like them, because they won't accept you otherwise. Well, they would in the old days, because they would be your gods.
Yeah. So
that's absolutely fine. But humanity has moved on now. It can't accept that. But it can accept to be told what to do by people that look like them. Well, it's by far humans, actually. They're not off-world, they're on-world. Many years ago, when the reptilian race reasserted itself and said to what was becoming the ruling elite, we'll do a deal with you. This is the magic that we'll give you, and this is the power that we'll give you. But in return for that, this is what we want. They sort of led the agenda, and it's the last 10, 15 years the human elite have begun to split from their so-called overlords, and this is what's led to a lot of infighting. I would put my hand on my heart and say to you, it's Draco reptilians, but it's majoritively now a satanic group of the Illuminati who are hell-bent on holding the planet in a way that gives them absolute superior power. Two major groups. One group which still sees these creatures as their saviour or their get out of jail free card.
Right.
Another group which feels that they reneged on their deals to present the New World Order, because they should have had the New World Order by now. They should have been well and truly on their way. It's been held up, it's been stopped. And so that group is saying that they want to go on their own. So they are fighting within themselves. But the group that is beholden to their masters, very much enthralled to them. You must understand that when the deal is made with these individuals, they're given true magic. I don't mean pulling a white rabbit out of a magician's hat. I mean the ability to create, conjure forth the jinn, the ability to be in a room of people and to manifest a butterfly. and for people to actually physically see a butterfly flying around the room and attempt to catch the butterfly and take it outside. That's a form of magic, a form of mind control that these people have been given the art of, and they don't want to lose that. They don't want to lose that skill, whereas other groups of humans want a more physical control, which is the physical control of humanity. And so they're not so into that, they're into the military side of it. So you have a very interesting, what I think is interesting, division between the elite now. Well, both, because the ships are interdimensional. The ships will go from the fourth dimension and arrive in the third and solidify into the third. Although a lot of the energetic bodies, the majority of those creatures will remain in an energetic form, in a protected environment. And only some will come through, but they require a huge amount of energy to maintain their physical form. And those creatures would have arrived by ship when they created their base here. They created a safe haven for themselves under the ground, where it was like their own home that was built. It was on a very impoverished scale, but it meant they didn't have to go back for regular topping up, for want of a better word. So they had their own world. The reason they chose to be underground was because the humans had moved on and wouldn't accept them in their true form. Therefore, they had to remain underground, but they had to connect with the elite governments of the world so that they controlled through proxies, basically, which is what several people in government are. Many of the grey races are, I mean, I made it public I don't like the greys. I really don't have time for them. However, there's a lot of humanity in some of them. And many of them are victims. They are trapped themselves. And they'll consistently attempt to undermine what I would call the program. So that's why abductees sometimes report not returning to their bed, or returning with their clothes on back to front, or returning into the front garden, or returning somewhere else. That's not through a mistake. People don't understand. They think that's a mistake. It's not a mistake. It's the Greys deliberately sabotaging the program because they are manipulated by the reptilians, and it's their way of fighting back. I personally witnessed that, and I made that in a video 4 years ago, I think 3 years ago, where I saw a group of humans sitting in a facility underground, and a grey, small grey, 1 metre tall, standing by the side of them, and the grey not taking responsibility for the humans, and attempting to argue. And so often the case will be that somebody, I'd say somebody, a grey, can get away with something that appears to be against the instructions of their masters, simply because they have been allowed to get away with it at a local level. It doesn't stop a very grand plan. In fact, I've talked about the Roswell event, and I've made it clear in my view the Roswell event was a planned event to seed technology onto the Earth. You see, the thing is that technically no alien race may give a present to a inferior race. When I say inferior, I don't mean spiritually, I mean technologically. So if you go back to Earth history, the white man would arrive on some foreign island and he would give a load of glass beads to the native chief, and the native chief would give him half of his village. That's not allowed.
Right.
So in order to offer those presents, you have to create a situation where in law you can say, well, I didn't give it to them. It crashed, and they took it, and they did with it what they would. So to me, for those who know their history, Roswell was a real event, and it was a Trojan horse. And I'll just finish off and explain why it's a Trojan horse. Prior to Roswell, if I'm an off-worlder and I want to know what's going on, I've got two possibilities. I can either get into your mind, or I physically have to have an agent break into the FBI or the CIA, go through old-fashioned filing cabinets, just like you do in the old spy days, and get those hard copies. As soon as we became digitalized, they can sit thousands of miles off the earth and just access that information. So it has, yes, it's advanced humanity, but it has advanced their information gathering tenfold. Any race that willingly or foolishly gives up its sovereignty has a lot to answer for. Any race that sells itself because something is offered to it and doesn't have the ability to connect with its higher self and ask, am I being offered something that is good for me? To be offered eternal life, to be offered a body that never breaks down, to be offered wonderful technology, if only you do this. So anything that's got that in its history, I would have a real problem with. They do have that.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, first of all, let me say that I have the highest regard, he's passed on now, but for Zachariah Stitchin. I think he was an excellent academic, and he did genuinely interpret the tablets correctly. What I'm suggesting is that the tablets were planted, and the information on those tablets, or some of those tablets, was actually inaccurate. The long-term plan for those who would rule us would be for us to accept any particular type of alien as our creators. And because if you look on an alien force as a god force, you are then very, very, very beholden to that creature, and you feel that you are inferior to that creature. And so I was trying to alert people to the fact that this material found, I don't know which level of the mound that they were found in, is actually inaccurate, and it's been planted to make people think that the Anunnaki created humanity. What I've always said is that what they did was alter us. Humanity was already existent upon the earth, but it was altered. The people generally think of the Pleiadians as the good guys, and the reptilians as the bad guys. What I would say is the Pleiadians are particularly warlike. They are far more benevolent to humanity. Pleiadians dislike the fact that humans have been manipulated, that humans don't have the full information at their fingertips to make the choice. So the Pleiadians are a race of people who have off and on fought reptilian groups and have aligned themselves with other alien forces who are against the reptile forces. And the Pleiadians have for some considerable time played a beneficial effect upon humanity on Earth. Taking out the evolutionary side of it, because obviously people in a hot country have the pigmentation of the skin, right? In terms of genetics and alienism, the sad thing is that racism springs from the reptilians. That's exactly right. Where so many things start being territorial, wanting wars, being greedy, arrogant, that all comes from values that the reptilians have given humanity. And white was always seen as the superior colour. So the Lord Reptile was white, all the ruling elite reptilians, and that particular group, the Draco group, are white. Almost albino because they have red eyes. So therefore white became the ruling colour, and in ceremonies, the non-white reptiles will wear white sashes across their bodies. Sometimes they are just one sash, sometimes it's a cross sash. Therefore, they were always going to work with the white races because that was the way they had it. And because they felt that way, when they were putting the control implants, and I don't mean a physical implant into humans' minds, they did not work with the black races. They worked with the white races, with the result now that it is very hard for a reptilian or what have you to take control or mind control of a black person, because they do not have the access codes to a black person in the same way they have to a Caucasian, simply because when they were doing their dumbing down and their altering of the human mind, they left the black races alone. However, they did make contact with a number of black races, and one of them was the Zulu tribe. They met with the Zulu tribe and imparted the warlike strength to them. That is why the Zulus were absolutely unbeatable for their own time, and that's why they gave the whites such a hard battle, because they had the values given to them from their chiefs who had been in contact. But when they made contact with them, they didn't do it in the same way they did with the white people. They wanted them to be a powerful race. And then you've got people who are mixtures, such as in South America. Again, they would be seen as a white race. I'm very concerned with any organizations that almost create a guru or a godlike stance. I would counsel people to totally ignore anything coming from that particular mouthpiece. You see, I never believed all this New Age rubbish. I mean, there was a lot of New Age rubbish that was put out, and some of it was very well meant. Some of it was actually designed to skew the argument. It definitely peaked 2 to 3 days either side of that critical date. And you know, I went on Avalon and I talked about the CERN, the Hadron Collider, and how that didn't work. So it's a long drawn out end game, but the bad guys have the ability to hurt and cause an awful lot of pain. The question is, how much will they be allowed to make? An attempt by the Americans to form a one world government, the attempt by the Americans to have martial law, the attempt to try to either chip people or massively kill people. It's got to be played out very quickly. I also expect, if that doesn't work directly, a false alien invasion or a false epidemic. So I think all the big things have got to be played, because 2016 is the final chance they have. They get no more resources coming through, and if they're on this earth, they're trapped on this earth. They have to create their life for themselves. So between now and 2016, I'm surprised Obama hasn't done more. No, because I don't believe in them. If there was a talk some time ago that the poles shifting and this happening, I can honestly tell you, if the poles shifted, half the population of the world would be wiped out. If the poles actually changed and the earth flipped over, or the ice moved one way, you'd have very little humanity left. Magnetic north is changing. That is definitely changing, but that does change. 700,000 years ago, there was a complete polarity shift.
Right.
So North Pole was south and south was north. That was 700,000 years ago. That's different from a movement on your axis in terms of flipping the whole Earth around.
Yeah.
Now, I think it's highly likely that the north of Japan at some point will disappear. Highly likely that the north of Japan will just disappear under the water. So there will be some very, very severe consequences for the people of Japan and many of the islands around. I don't rule out local changes, but I don't envisage a massive collapse of humanity in terms of that. No. Simply because the have such an investment in humanity wouldn't allow it to happen. Very good question, actually. They have to be within a few thousand miles.
Just a few thousand?
Yes. You really have got to believe that you can make change. You also have to practice. Some people go into deep breathing, some people do meditation, other people just don't seem to need to do any of that. They can just do it. It depends on where you are in the developmental process. If you know something is wrong, you have to wish and think and believe, not just I want something better, but I will make it better. This is going to happen. I am going to make this happen. And you're going to make it happen out of love and for the right reasons. And if you believe in that strong enough, and others across the planet are joining you in that, you can effect change.
And Avalon would be an ideal place to start with, I think.
Yes, it would. For instance, for me, passive resistance is if you know that the Americans have many hundreds of thousands or millions of rounds of dum-dum bullets, with the sole intention of arming elite units of troops and then causing as much death as they can. Passive resistance is actually attempting to get into the minds of those individual soldiers and showing them the consequences of their actions and showing them that there is an alternative. And then they will go on with that as they will. I've always made it clear everywhere that I don't say that people need to create violence to prevent this. And a lot of people cannot understand that, because even people who are awake, they live in a physical world and they don't understand the full importance of the ability to change a physical situation by your own mental thought, your own mental processes, linked into your soul. What is happening and will continue to happen is the American military will thwart the attempts being made to basically detonate a nuclear bomb or to bring some form of agreement around. So key elements, and that's why we saw Obama get rid of 3 of his top generals very recently, because they refused to detonate the nuclear bomb or to at least move a nuclear bomb. But that's not the first time that's happened. Then there's over a year ago the situation with Clinton, not Mr. Clinton, but Hillary Clinton, which I spoke on Avalon about. And I think that every individual person has to be aware of what is happening. And people don't understand that the consciousness level of an individual, when matched with many thousands of individuals, can actually change reality.
Oh, yeah.
And I keep saying to people, you don't have to get the gun and barricade yourself in, because that's what a lot of these questions are about. What do I have to do? And they don't want people to go out there and put themselves in danger, because then you are fighting fire with fire, and that's not going to work. When humanity was first kicked off, very few people remembered who they were. Now we are 2013, and there are quite a lot of people over the planet who have woken up and remembered who they are, become aware of who they are. And it's that tipping point. It's about those people projecting their vision, their reality, and others who are not yet awake, picking up on that. So these people are, it's like if you put if you have a barrel full of, let's just say, red-coloured balls, and you put a blue one in, and then one of the red ones turns blue, and over a period of time, the colour change is perceptible. So the larger group begin to change its dynamic. dynamic. And that's what's happening with the people over the earth who are imprinting, is a good word to use, values and ideals which force others to change. And I say force, it doesn't mean force as in force with a gun, but force, they'll look in themselves and they'll look to see what is around them and say, I choose not to do this, but I choose to do that. And that is what's happening. So in the mix, it is, that's a very good word, we are in the mix. But people are doing a good job. There are a number of councils, and what's happened in the last perhaps 7, 8 years would be a group of off-worlders who for many, many thousands of years have not taken any interest in humanity, and then did. And they formed a council, a group of humanoid beings,
right,
who felt that it wasn't fair to ask humans on Earth to make a decision when they weren't free and they didn't have all the facts to their fingertips. However, because they can't physically intervene on Earth, they had to intervene in other ways. A lot of the UFOs that are shot down in wars up there now between different groups. That's a physical side that people sometimes film. You get genuine ones on YouTube from time to time. But energetically, the best way to raise the awareness is to get your agents down into the planet. But if you're truly, truly loving in that way, you don't order people to do it.
No.
You just say, if you want to help, step forward. And so what's been happening in increasing numbers are people who have decided that the love for the good is the greater number. In other words, they are giving up their own individual life to take a body which doesn't really suit them. But the problem is, of course, that when they come in, most of them don't remember why they're here, what they're supposed to do. So the question is, do they wake up? Do they reactivate themselves? Does that switch click on and they suddenly realize who they are, what they've got to do? It doesn't happen as much as it should do, but many people do, particularly with the children. The children are becoming immune to the switch-off system. So in other words, many children now are awake immediately, 2, 3 or 4 years old. That is prevalent, and that is why the elite target children and attempt to control them through mind control, through energetic beings, through sonic weapons, whatever it might be. And that is why children are all to be vaccinated, but that is why it's fluoride in the toothpaste, because humanity is waking up, and the system is just trying everything it can to stop that from happening. Well, they originally did, because if everything goes to plan, we will end up 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th dimension. So these creatures that are on the 5th, 6th, 7th dimension originally did inhabit physical worlds. It depends on their choice. If you are an energetic being, you still have a body, but your body is an energetic body, but it is somewhat denser than what's inside you. It has to be for the inside to be hanging there. But if you choose as a people that you no longer want to live in a house, you want to live in another environment, then you will do that. So you could have a 6th and 7th dimension creature living in something that people would recognize as a house. It may look very different, but they would recognize it as a structure. There would be other creatures that would just be invisible and would just exist in the air, because that's what they've chosen to do. So it's down to what they have chosen, which is actually a lot to do with their history and where they've come from. The more connected to nature you are, the less you need the physical. The more rooted in the physical you are, the less you can let go of it. Yes. The reality to let go.
Yes.
For humans to let go of what they've only known since they were children, to what they've only been told, to let go of putting their trust in others putting their trust in the physical world and to trust themselves and to find others that they can actually trust as well and connect with those people, and just believe in good can change timelines, change reality.
Absolutely.
And that's what it's always been about here. It's about enough people getting off their backsides, as we say in Britain, and evolving and changing and grasping the opportunities. And we got enough. We need 3 million people, only 3 million on the whole of the earth to actually become awake. And that happened. We got 3 million and something. So it's not stoppable now. The whole point is it's going to happen. But the question is, how rough will that ride be? How rough is that ride going to be? And that is the real issue. If you want to be. That's all I can say. If you want to be, you will. I don't want to say a word of that because the evolution of humanity, the next real evolution isn't a smaller transistor or a better motor car. The evolution is spiritually in the mind. It is true that every tree and every rock has an imprint of its history and it has the Earth's imprint, and you can access those codes and you can do that. But I don't understand. I don't want you to repeat the question, but I don't understand the concept of machines. That part of me sounds, to me, that the evolution that humanity must make is one that the technology is hand in glove with spiritual advancement.
Absolutely. No, this human machine civilization does not resonate.
No, I don't understand. I just don't understand it. No, that's not quite right. Not in Christianity. In the Garden of Eden, the story is put about that God pushed out Adam and Eve from the Garden of Eden. And what loving God would actually do that?
Yeah.
It goes back to the early question you asked about the Sumerian clay tablets. The story is that we were created by the reptile race, the Anunnaki. Right. We need to be very humble and very thankful. What I was told was that wasn't the case at all. The creature that is the reptilian king, Lord, is not our God whatsoever. And it was just made very clear to me that he was not our creator. And therefore it's a fundamental point. And I've always held true that Adam and Eve split the groups into two groups, not just male and female, but all the humans were into two groups. Eve led one group and Adam led another group. And that is why the bases on the moon and Mars are referred to as Adam and Eve, because of the exodus that took place from the Garden of Eden, which is linked to the exodus that took place when the Jews left Egypt and when the humans left the earth. Adam and Eve are the basis. So what happened was that Adam and Eve took the humans away because they found out that the creature they had called their Lord God was in fact not their Lord God. And this is where you get the word, I do have to be careful because I respect people's religion, and I'm not about trying to hurt them or upset them. Our God in heaven, and reality where there were 5 or 6 places around Mesopotamia and possibly South America, which were safe havens. And in the one in Eden was the God. So he was the God in haven. who was the god in the safe haven, and that's where we get our god in haven from. And it's a massive realization when the thing that you have thought made you actually didn't. That's what caused the great schism, and that's why the reptile lord was saying, who's told you? How did you find out? Who has told you? And this is where you get the two reptiles, the one working against the other, one maintaining the status quo and the other trying to break the status quo up. And that's where that comes from.
Kind of sounds a bit like Pinky and Blue.
I haven't had those names, but I know there was one father and two sons.
Yeah.
But I don't ever recall the names. Yeah, we've had that started, and it's an incremental process. But what will happen is there will be physical things happening that you know, governments will attempt to do, and this will force people to choose which side of the fence they're on. So something will happen, which is not an alien event; it's a human event, and that will accelerate the process for those people who are saying, "Well, I'm not having any part of that. That seems wrong," and then they'll go and do their own research, and then they'll start to change. So that will be what the energetic change, but it is not the true energetic change that started on the 21st of December.
Have you also found that there are almost like energy surges?
Yeah, well, if some of the star, the sun, is an important part in the regulation of the frequency, then you have to be careful because there's a lot of New Age nonsense portrayed around this. But it can be altered to speed up the process. Things can be done to speed up the process. The problem with it is that a process is supposed to be natural.
Right.
And if you interfere with a natural process too far, then it's not free will. But there will be certain peaks that are occurring which are not totally natural, which are designed to speed up, I call it level the playing field quicker. Because we're running out of time, you see, in terms of that. We've got to level the playing field. Humans have got to be in a position where they have all the information to make a choice.
Right.
Because if they don't make that choice within a few years, it will be too late anyway. They will become sterile. They won't be able to give birth. They won't be able to create children. That's what will happen. Because they will be so out of tune with the planet.
Yes.
The planet will actually reject them, and they will no longer be connected to the planet. And the planet will therefore say, well, you're on my back, you're not part of me, and these people won't be able to have children. That's what will happen. So before that, there will be what you're describing, which is the psychological breakdown, where they will just simply go mad because they cannot make those changes, because they're just not designed to make those changes. But in order to remove it, just like any good program, they will become sterile. So that through a natural process, no one's going to be put against a wall and shot.
Right.
Through a natural process of evolution, they will just die out, relieving a new species that can survive and adapt to change. They are definitely friends helping, but that's the first thing to say. The CERN device will create a huge amount of energy, which the design was to affect that wave of energy which you have already mentioned that was coming down, and to fracture it in such a way as it would hold up or slow down the process of ascension for humanity. I've been on Avalon, and I can't remember who it was now, who had found a Mayan or an Aztec guy whose name I can't pronounce correctly, but something like Akhtar, who was banging on about the CERN generator, and somebody on Avalon had said, Simon, and he's seen this because this guy is saying what you said. And I thought, my goodness, this is amazing. And he was what we would call the backstop. He was going out all around South America where the hidden pyramids under the jungles or buried under the earth and planting sacred objects. And what he said that he'd been told was that the CERN device was going to, the CERN device was going to have a very negative impact on South America in particular that would hold up human's ascension. Now he didn't know it, and I didn't know it. That's why it's very important that one left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing. But he was the backstop. If the CERN device had worked, everything would have fallen on him. But as it happened, the CERN device did not work. Therefore, we didn't have to face that issue. We didn't require it, but what he did was right. What they'll do, they'll say they're looking for boson Higgs particles, they're looking for dark energy. They'll blind people in science and give them references to something that NASA has put out on the internet at some point in the past. That there are many, many institutes who are funded to look for these particles. And it sounds very convincing. And the question I say to people is, hang on a minute, this is built by a consortium. Right? There are no shareholders. Who money mad in this world would invest millions of pounds if there was nothing back for them? Business people don't do that. They don't give money if there's no return. So they're not going to give millions of pounds for something to find a boson Higgs particle that some chap's going to get a Nobel Award for, but they're not going to get any hard cash. And the reality was that the United States of America put pressure on all of its allies to raid their black budgets to pay for the CERN device. So it's run by America. It didn't work. It didn't work when it needed it to work, which is good.
But have they given up on it?
No, they haven't. After the terrible, terrible earthquake for Japan, which brought Japan to its knees, people don't realise that Japan was a net exporter prior to the terrible disaster. It's now a net importer. That's how they've been turned upside down. And they have accepted the fact that the next collider will be built in Japan. It's not going to be, the question was whether to build a linear collider or a circular collider, because they'll do different things. But the Japanese had agreed that the next collider will be built in Japan. And the thinking there is, well, look, if we build the collider, we won't have another earthquake, will we? Wow. So that's the next, so that is what they're building. The question is, the argument now is how much Japan is going to be expected to pay for it. I think the Americans expected the Japanese to pay for all of it. And the Japanese have shown a bit of muscle and said they're not going to pay for all of it. So they're debating now how much, but the work will soon be starting. Yes. Oh, right, okay. We mentioned this a little earlier, I did mention it a little earlier, the three generals who were removed.
Yes.
People need to understand that when in America, which is the important one, it doesn't matter who wins, whether they're Republican or Democrat. They are both controlled, except for Kennedy. They are controlled. Well, after Kennedy, that's the rule. In Britain, it's somewhat different. Individuals can actually raise to power that are not the backer of some. Perhaps talk about that later. But Obama was placed in because he had certain things he promised to do. One of them was the healthcare bill. He promised to get that through. He won the second election. And the sad thing was that when he came to office, everyone said he is going to be the one who will announce UFOs. Well, they were partly right, because what they picked up on was that he was so involved with that side of it that he was going to have an agenda, but it wasn't the agenda of disclosure. It was the agenda of forcing things through at a way that had never happened since the days of Bush. So, can you just go back to the film? I don't want to go off target too much. What was the gist of it? Because I go on phrases on that. I don't want to.
Many people are infected direct assistance.
Yeah. So, right. In the last 30 years, there's probably been about 5 or 6 attempts to do something really, really horrendous. If you go back a few years to Israel, the Israeli Prime Minister ordered an attack without anyone else's knowledge on Iran. And he had a Chief of Staff, the Air Force General, and the Infantry General all refused a direct order from a legally elected Prime Minister to attack Iran. The 3 refused because they said it would cause a world war. This is what I meant by things are happening, and the thing with Hillary Clinton, where Clinton was being sent to not talk to the president, I'm going to get it right now, the spiritual leader of Iran. The spiritual leader of Iran is not controlled by the Illuminati, but the Prime Minister or President, I think it's the President, I get confused, he is a member of the Illuminati. And so Hillary Clinton was flown in specifically to have a meeting with him without the knowledge of the imam, without the spiritual leader knowing. And when the aeroplane arrived at Tehran airfield, and the leader of the bodyguards, it's always a SEAL team. The bodyguards are not CIA or NSA, the bodyguards are always SEAL, Navy SEAL teams. The lead bodyguard, the commander of the bodyguard, shot Clinton with a handgun. Didn't obviously kill her, shot her. He then attempted to shoot his way into the cabin and to try to shoot the 2 pilots of the airplane. He was then shot and killed by the remaining bodyguards. The plane landed on the airport but skewed off. Another plane was sent immediately to recover. And that is why the news said that Hillary Clinton had had a fall or had some form of accident that had happened. And that is why she lost her job, because that SEAL guy knew that she was earmarked to be president of the United States after Obama. And he had had a message from a much higher being to take her out. Now, if you do a web search, you'll find that they admit to the fact that this guy is dead. That the lead of the SEAL team, Clinton's bodyguard, is dead. What they say is he died in the training base. That's not true. He died as I described it. And this is what's happening. So the elite are actually fighting now amongst themselves, but they're also fighting humans who are in positions of responsibility, but are making a choice to not accept the environment they're in, and they're making a free will choice. In this case, this guy decided to shoot and kill, but he didn't kill her. But this is what's happening, and this is, but obviously doesn't make it to the news. So I'm not saying that a 5th dimensional or 6th dimensional person said, you will kill this person.
No.
But what they've said is, do you realize that this person is earmarked for this, and if this goes ahead, this is the likely outcome. And that human has to make a choice what he or she is going to do about it. So that's what happens. Definition of the soul. The definition is my definition. That doesn't mean it's the one and only definition. And that, to me, that is really what you are. I use the term soul because that seems to be the one in the Bible. It seems to be the one that's closest to what I would think that people would understand. That is really you. You inhabit a physical body, and it is the soul that is you. Souls can be not owned, but they can be imprisoned and captured. But it can't be owned, but they can be constrained. Well, anybody who's got the technology and the mind power to do it, but it would only be somebody who is negative, because if you were a free-loving creature, you wouldn't attempt to do that. So the soul only leaves the body when the body is incapable of maintaining that soul any longer. The soul will know when the body is going to die, and it will leave before the body dies. just beforehand, because it cannot be in a body that's dead.
Right.
So it has to leave. It then goes back to what we try to call source, but is intercepted before it gets to source. It's captured. The energetic memory banks for that soul are wiped clean. It is then sent back to Earth to reincarnate in another baby. That baby then grows up, and 9 times out of 10 has no memory of its past life. So what happens when this breaks down? We look at Edison, Thomas Edison, people who invent electricity. They didn't invent electricity, they rediscovered electricity. They reconnect with their past lives, and they suddenly, through that reconnection, they start to do experiments. They don't know why they do them. They're doing their experience, they're interested in science, and they suddenly find they've created electricity. But that soul in that body, probably maybe 2,000 years ago, was a scientist working for a pharaoh and electroplating stuff and work with electricity. So it doesn't always work. I'll give a good example. When I was 15 years old, I used to babysit John Lennon's father, Freddie Lennon. He was known as Alfred Lennon, but to his friends, Freddie Lennon. Because of my Illuminati background, I was asked to babysit Freddie Lennon's 2 children. Freddie Lennon remarried, and he was 54, and she was 19. But that's what happened in the Illuminati grouping. Yeah. Although Freddie didn't, he came from a very, very poor background, but was brought into the system much later on because of his son John. The point I'm making is that John Lennon had a son. John Lennon could play the piano at 5. John Lennon's son could play the piano at 5. Freddie Lennon, through a different woman, mother's name is Pamela, had a boy, and that boy at the age of 5 could play the piano. So how is it then that these individuals are all happening? And what modern science says, oh, it's genetics. It isn't genetics. It's that line, that family were clearly involved in music. And so when those spirits come through, they remembered. You know, I don't care, gifted children playing piano at 3 and 4 years old. That doesn't happen physically. Something happens. And so this is the cap. So if a soul is captured, this is a prison planet. This is a prison planet. And we're here simply to supply the reptiles with energy. And that's what it's all about. That's what we've got to break. This is something that a lot of people were quite rightly spending a lot of time on. We talked about the white light, and humans are conditioned through their life here to always look towards the light. Hollywood will show films of people having near-death experiences, and suddenly at the light at the end of the tunnel, we say that word, right at the end of the tunnel, they walk towards the light, and hey-ho, and in fact I think one very good thing might be, I can't remember, Russell Crowe played in a Gladiator film, I think, and he had a near-death experience, and it was very bright white light. So don't, if you see bright white light, it's a mousetrap. That's why it's there. What you must do is turn yourself away from it in exactly the opposite direction and travel in that. And again, you'll find the white light come towards you. Again, that trap will come there, and you must turn away from it, and you must just say in your mind, I seek to return to where I'm from. I seek the source. And you will keep doing it. You will either be successful or you won't. It's as simple as that. But if you return to source, the interesting thing is that you will reconnect, and you will remember everything that has occurred. And this is what needs to happen. Everybody needs to reconnect, because all the mistakes that mankind has made will be removed like that, because we'll say we don't want to do that again. And you imagine, say, a cure for cancer. Right. You think if you take a genuine scientist who really wants to find a cure for cancer, and she's working on that, and then she dies, her soul is wiped clean. She's got to start all over again. But if that didn't happen, she goes back to source. She comes back in another body. All the learning that she did, she adds to. So over a period of 30, 40, 50 years, that can be re-put onto the next one. And that's when you get massive advances in technology, massive advances in science, because people, that memory is not lost. But we're continually being wiped clean. That's why everything is stop go on the earth. I'm not saying it's the case with all near-death experiences, but if I want to keep a lie alive, then I have to have people near death, bring them back to life, and then they preach about the white light, and they genuinely and honestly are telling you that they nearly died, and they saw heaven, or they saw angels, and they saw the bright light, and they came back. And that is the way that the lie is perpetuated, because that appears to be genuine, because it's an individual who nearly died, and the doctor said, well, you know, you were dead for 2 minutes, or what have you. And I'm afraid that the experience they are getting is a fabricated experience. But they are genuine, let me make that clear. They are recounting genuinely what they believe they experienced. So, you know, it's always difficult with these films because they are being honest about what they've experienced.
Right.
But they are there to unwittingly keep the story going. There are, to my knowledge, no cases where someone has genuinely died, but there's been interference from a higher level which has returned the soul back. And in those instances, sometimes the person has seen the white light, which is the trap, that someone has interfered before they've gone to the trap and returned it. But all that person will imagine is, I saw the white light. Bill Ryan set it up with the goodness of heart. I think Bill Ryan has a full knowledge of what's going on and realised that not only was it a place where people could find support together, but it could actually be, and I use the word weapon, I don't mean that nastily, but it could be used as a method of change to help direct the planet in a positive way, to attempt to counter the negative force that Bill obviously aware of. And my view on Avalon is, I would say, people need to still let go of their attachment to physicality. People are still doing things like judging people and trying to balance people against known facts. And I just ask your soul, just ask yourself, you know, what should I do, or how should I do this? And that's all you've got to do. And you know, if someone is kind to you, then that's great. And you know, Avalon, I think, is a wonderful place to be. It's the best site of its kind anywhere in the world, but only because it has been supported and helped to be so. I mean, I haven't spoken to Bill, but I know Bill gets help. So that's my message. It's great, and you must maintain it's great.
Bill, you around?
Yeah, I'm here, thank you.
Good.
I heard you had some questions.
Yeah, that's an understatement. I could probably talk with Simon for another several hours.
Go on.
Okay, all right. So, what I'd like to do is to say hello to everyone here who's listening, either Avalon members. When you say Avalon, of course, this is shorthand for the Project Avalon Forum. And I'd like to say hello to any Project Avalon Forum members who are listening, and also to anybody else out there, because I'm quite sure this is going to be hosted in a number of places on the internet. And I'd also like to say that I've been listening to this with very great interest, and there's certainly probably more good information in this interview conversation that's been taking place than we get in a very large number of interviews out there that have a lot of prominence. And so I'd really like to thank Simon for that, because this is important, complicated stuff. And my entry point into all the jottings and notes and questions which I've got in front of me here is to talk about something that Simon mentioned. This is just a little quote of his which I wrote down. New Age nonsense. And in all the questions that Simon's received from many people in this interview and other interviews and conversations that he's had over a period of years. Simon, I would love to ask you, what is your view on the confusion and the disinformation and the misunderstandings and the mistaken beliefs that you must find yourself surrounded by and reflected back on you in terms of the questions that you're asking? How much of a problem is this, and how do you deal with this yourself?
It is a problem, Bill, because so many of these people are true believers in what they've hooked onto. You know, they're not the ones who are spreading necessarily the disinformation. They are passionate believers, and they believe it's a salvation. And it's incredibly difficult. You cannot perhaps immediately tell somebody and put them straight, because the effect it would have on that person, they would go into denial, and they would suffer some very serious issues. And what I would do is to get them to think about where that information has come from, to look at the key points they've been given, and to try and get them to tell me why they think it's a realistic project or a realistic program, and why it has any sort of resonance with them. Now, if they're genuinely searching for something, then they need to search within themselves, and not for some fabulous system that's going to help them. My own understanding is that it was something spread, if not by the CIA, somebody very similar to the CIA, in terms of attempting again to deflect people from looking into themselves, thinking about the reality. And with the advent of YouTube and the internet, it is an incredible problem. And sometimes I have to walk away from it, Bill, because I can't convince someone to reevaluate, and I just have to walk away from it.
I think that's a really good summary, actually. It's very hard, indeed, sometimes when you've been asked a question and the whole premises and background of the question are flawed. Like, this is the sort of have you stopped beating your wife question. You have to go right back to the premises of which is being asked from, and help the asker of the question to realize that their whole basis of understanding is wrong. And of course, this is one of the problems, isn't it? That you probably see yourself as a guide and teacher, as opposed to only an informer and a relayer of information. Would you say that's right?
Yes.
And how do you handle the responsibility of that? Because sometimes I wake up in the morning and I think, this is an enormous responsibility I've got. And I'm asked so many questions and I can't even answer some. Sometimes I don't even get around to answering any of them at all. And there's so many people out there who are sincerely asking questions, and it's almost impossible to deal with people. How do you handle that yourself?
Because each person who is genuine is asking a question that is vital to themselves, and therefore it needs to be answered. And it doesn't matter whether it's one question or 1,000 questions, they have to be answered because they are vital to that individual. And all I can do, all I can do is honestly tell them what I have learned either from security sources here on Earth, because my mother used to work for MI5 and my grandfather worked for MI6. Still have friends who pop in and visit, or talking about visits from off-worlders. I'm not a researcher, so the answers I give are those answers that I truly believe to be the case. And I'm very, very aware that, and that's why I always choose my words so carefully, that you can lead people down the wrong path. You can lead people to make decisions which are not good for them. And so it's incredibly important that that individual makes their own decisions, and that the information they get is something they add to everything else. And I always say to people, ultimately ask your soul, ask yourself what you think is right. And that's how I do it, Bill.
That's a really wonderful answer. Thank you for that. One of the things which you said, which I really want to underline, what you were talking about going into the light after you left the body. There's so many tricks and traps and layers of deceit, layers of deception all over the universe. People say as above, so below, and I always say, well, as below, so above. You've got so many layers of deception and intrigues and agendas and different groups on this planet. Why would we not think it's exactly the same everywhere else as well?
Yes.
I've got a question which is of quite some interest to myself. One of the things I've been watching for many years, as you have and many others have, is the multi-trillion-dollar program, which you're aware of the construction of the deep underground bases, the deep underground cities. Not only the Americans have got them in China, they've got them in Russia, and some of them really are quite large. They've got a lot of stuff down there. And recently, Alex Jones has been drawing a lot of attention to the work of Joel Skousen, who has written an important book called Strategic Relocation. And his basic premise, and he feels absolutely sure of this, is that the grand strategic plan of whoever it is who's controlling this planet is to deliberately provoke or set up or instigate World War III, a major nuclear war, so that this in itself
I think someone's just pulled the plug on Bill. Hello, Bill, can you hear? I think the NSA must have got angry, Bill.
What was the last thing you heard me say? And I'll continue.
You mentioned strategic relocation and different countries and Third World War, and then you cut off after Third World War.
Okay, right. So what he strongly believes and has analysed, a very intelligent, well-informed man, what he suggests that the plan is for a major nuclear war, which would be deliberately provoked. It would be engineered as a survival war, but with the justification that then you bring in martial law, then you bring the New World Order, then the so-called freedom fighters will all be arrested as terrorists, and that's what the Council for, and that's like the sort of major global traumatic event that would usher in everything that they wanted. So I have two questions about that. First of all, and it's actually connected with the question of multiple alternative timelines and freedom of choice, and that whole complexity. Do you see this as being possible, inevitable, or would this be prevented by extraterrestrial agencies who would say, no, that's breaking the rules of the game?
No, it's possible. Most definitely is it possible. The problem is that those people who are implementing the plan are themselves lied to, because their understanding is that after a limited nuclear war, they would then emerge to be the sole rulers of the remaining humans on the planet. What they don't know is they're even being duped, because the whole project is to keep them underground, so that they remain underground and then they evolve into something that's not very human at all. But they wouldn't do that unless they thought there was a carrot at the end of it. And the carrot for them is, oh, well, it's okay, because we can emerge out of the ground and we will be rulers of all we survey. If you told them the truth, they wouldn't go down that road. Now, that's the elite group that is on its own. There's a separate elite group that wants to retain the status quo, that doesn't want the nuclear war, that wants to control humanity by other forms. So that are the two groups, and I know what you're saying. I absolutely agree with that, Bill, because you know, even people who are very wealthy film stars are know they have had their bunkers already built, and so it's not just people think about the Illuminati. It's just not the top notch. It's actually quite a sizable group of people who have booked a ticket, for want of a better word, But think they're just going to merge into the sunlight and everything's going to be fine.
Right. But you're still saying that the outcome of this game, so to speak, is not yet certain, that there are possibilities that could go every which way. Right?
Yes, because Bill, if outside interference was to so actively change that outcome, then really we'd have lost total free will. So I would grade it as impossible.
Yeah. Now, earlier on, you described the mantis as arbiters, which is a very interesting word, using the analogy of an umpire or a referee of the game. That implies that there are rules and agreements of the game. I presume we're talking about the way that the game is played here on planet Earth. What is it that would be such a violation of the rules of the game that interference would be required?
Humans making a decision, whatever that might be, and they've not been given the truth.
Right. Could you give a theoretical example of that?
If you were to say, for argument's sake, to a general, we'll talk about what we were saying earlier, I want you to move this nuclear weapon from this facility, and I want you to pass it across to this group of freedom fighters. Don't worry, they're not going to blow it up. Everything's fine. And the general then does that, then there would be interference because the general had not been given the full truth. If the general is told, take this weapon and we're going to blow it up, then that is a full freedom of choice. So when somebody is being asked to do something, but they're not being given the full import of the real intention behind it, then outside forces would come in to balance it. Even after the balance, if those people still wish to destroy themselves, they will destroy themselves because it was a level playing field and they made that choice having had all the information. Now that's on one timeline. That's on one timeline. At the moment we're on a relatively good timeline, and the interference, a positive interference, is maintaining us on that positive timeline. The negative influence is attempting to pull us off those tracks and put us back onto the timeline we were on some 15 years ago, something like that. So that's really where the energetic battle is.
Right. So the rebalancing job of the arbiters, as it were, is to make sure that all the information is available to assist humanity to make balanced, responsible, optimal choices. It's not a question of them muscling in to physically interfere. It's an energetic rebalancing.
Yes, that's what I believe.
And what that then implies is that you yourself are an asset in that rebalancing process, right?
Correct.
And how many, maybe this is an impossible question to answer, but you'll get where it's coming from. How many others are there, or what proportion of others are doing the same job?
We are deliberately not told because you would have a security breach, Bill. One person cannot know and cannot be used as a connection to another, because if you had that connection, if one person was taken out or corrupted, it would give the enemy an access to everybody else on the planet. So each individual operates in a bubble so that if they are compromised, they don't bring down the whole system.
That's a wonderful answer. Okay, I love it. But it would be reasonable for you to suspect that there are many people performing this function, all independently, but in different cultures, different languages, using different media. Would you say that's reasonable to assume?
I would definitely say that that is the case, although each individual or each individual groups who have joins together would each have formulated their own way of assisting, and would be doing it. For instance, there are groups of people on the planet who are attempting, as we speak, to reduce the radiation pollution coming out from Fukushima. There are groups of people who are attempting to change many, many things that they see as negative. So they are operating in a different way from me, but it is for the same outcome. It is for the outcome for humanity to be in a position to make a choice. So yes, I would agree with you, Bill.
Okay, here's a question that you may have been asked before. Such an arbiter occupying a human body, or are you a human who's agreed to assist?
They made it very clear to me that my soul is composed of 3 parts as a percentage: 33% reptilian, 33% mantid, and 33% human. People who are in the know say they've never seen such a complex creature that's surviving. In other words, it technically is not possible I should be falling to bits. It had to be balanced because it has to be free will. No one part of me must be more dominant than another part, although certain situations require that particular part of me to become dominant. My choice as a small boy, when I was asked to choose between my mentor being a reptilian, Draconis reptilian, or a mantid, I chose the mantid. Therefore, the mantids are my mentors. I'll let that clock go. I have a very, very strong memory of 1971 when I was away for 2 days and had what people would describe as UFO experience, and had gone public with the soul agreement or agreement that I made with the mantis. And I made that agreement because they are my family. So the soul, the 33% that resides in my body, at some point resided in a mantis body a very long time ago, and I am merely fulfilling a council-wide decision that was made a very long time ago, ready for when humans reach the point they reach now. And there, as you said, still there are many, many people doing their own thing and doing it for the good.
Okay, going back to the reptilians then, does this imply that not all reptilians are actually operating to the same agenda? That to just describe all reptilians with one broad brush actually would be very unfair to everything and everyone that all the reptilians are. We're just talking about the actions of the different factions. Is that right, or do I have that wrong?
It is right. I mean, my experience with what I would refer to, or researchers would refer to as the Draco reptilians. These are the most negative reptilians that interact on Earth. But I'm also aware of and have met what I call native reptilians. And there's one other group of reptilians from another star system. They are all on a sliding scale negative to humanity. But just as in humans, some rebel, I suppose that's the right word, against the teachings or against their culture and against their ritual and their ceremony, and set themselves up. It's much harder for them because they have a connected mind. And it tends to be small groups on outlying positions, but they then will attempt to connect with humans because they are from a background that doesn't see any harm in connecting with humans and interfering with humans. They will physically come in, if I can use that word, for the good, and do things that perhaps you might be surprised at, but ultimately their goal is not they care about the humans necessarily, but they are just at war with the larger group. So it's almost as if it's a way of getting back at the larger group.
Got it. There was an experience which I had back a number of years ago when I met Barbara Lamb. Do you know Barbara?
I don't know her, but I've seen her, I think, some YouTube clips, I think. Book, I think she wrote a book.
She did, I believe. She's a very wonderful woman. She's worked for many years as a counsellor and therapist for people who've had experiences and contacts that they find very hard to integrate.
Okay.
And I met her at a conference, and I asked her whether she herself had had any interesting experiences, or whether she was just a counsellor. And she told me the most extraordinary story of how she was in her bedroom alone, and a reptilian materialized physically in front of her in her bedroom, held her hand for a minute silently in front of her, and communicated with her that he had been bred specifically for the purpose of making contact with certain humans and letting them know that not all reptilians were hostile. And once she really got that, then this creature just disappeared. And I was privileged to hear that information from her. And so that's been a reference point for me. Basically to support what we're saying, there are at least small groups of reptilians that are not hostile in the sense that we have been educated to believe that they all are.
Yes. I think what I would say is that if the humans on planet Earth are freed, or they free themselves, then it's not very good for their reptilian overlords, because they will be thrown out. And I think a number of creatures in the know are deciding if they want to be on a lifeboat or not. Do they want to remain on the ship, or do they want to try and get away and try and change sides, if you like? Now, the major groups are not changing. They cannot change. They're so stuck in their ways. But other groups who perhaps observe what's happening on Earth from afar are making some very important choices as to where they want to be in terms of evolution, whether they want to remain in their position or whether they wish to use the opportunity that will exist when humans finally evolve, whether these other races want to get in on the back of that and to be carried forward. And as it stands at the moment, the reptilian group is excluded from piggybacking with the humans.
Got it. Okay. But there are some signs of change and awakening in certain groups out there.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Let me switch to a different topic that I think you touched on when you were answering another question from Corellia. And it's about the Old Testament God, as it were. About what the Old Testament God was really saying, represented what he was trying to do, who he was. And somewhere in there, there's a question about who Jesus was, where he came from, and what is that real story, and why has that been so suppressed? And of course, we know so much has been altered, mistranslated, and mythologized, and so on and so forth. We're left with this hodgepodge of documents that's all been kind of shoehorned together into the Bible.
The days on Earth when there were more than one ruler, alien ruler, and the planet was divided up into quadrants or sections that were ruled. Since that time, humanity has developed and has become more adult, and therefore the control has had to advance to keep pace with the development of humanity and to try to second judge it and be ahead of it. So the ruling God, reptile God, with all the values that we still have as creatures on this planet, was becoming outdated because the human spirit was advancing even back then, evolving and changing, and it was necessary to bring forth a new icon which would capture humans for the next 2,000 years. The difference was that when the creation of the idea or the value of Jesus, it was almost like a double bluff. It was almost like an enemy within, because the code or the program for Jesus wasn't quite the way that the ruling elite had required of it, and therefore it began to work against the very system that had created it to control in a more almost a new age in relation to the old God way. So I see both as a construction to control, but the second program was hijacked by exterior forces so that it wasn't as effective. In fact, it was more beneficial to humans. Interestingly enough, I was told very clearly that the Roman Empire was created purely and simply to ensure that Christianity got throughout the whole globe. And once Christianity was seeded in every country, then the Roman Empire could collapse and fall. So that's my take on it, Bill. I don't know if that's of any help.
Very interesting what you said about the Roman Empire. When you talk about the seeding of Christianity, presumably you're talking about the seeding of the altered, corrupted form.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
To do with Jesus' real message.
Correct, yeah.
What do you know about the role of Mary Magdalene in relation to the Jesus story?
Mary Magdalene. But I can only tell you what I've been told, Bill, and that may not match with what you hear or think. Mary Magdalene was chosen to create a hybridized child, and that's all I know about her.
This is a child that's fathered by Jesus.
All I can tell you is what I've said. That's all I know. That the whole object of that was to create a hybridized child.
Okay. Do you know anything about the purpose or the function of that?
We'll just let that clock chime. If you create a creature that is so in tune with the earth, it can, through its consciousness, alter the earth. And I don't mean the physical earth. If you create just call it a mast, call it like a radio mast, for want of a better word, and it can hold and disseminate the entire consciousness, or direct the consciousness of the human population. If you can corrupt that, you can direct that energy to take the human race away from its proper course. But in order to do that, you have to have something that is made of that material, that is made of that consciousness, and is accepted by that consciousness. And time again, what's happened is that individuals have been used to attempt to take lock, stock and barrel, take the whole agenda off to something that's rather negative. But you have to have it, it has to be created of the material to be part of the material. And so often the battles that are fought is on how that creature lives its life, what its teachings are, what its values are, and to maintain its integrity. And in many cases, these creatures have to have a tremendous amount of off-world genetic material. I don't just use the word DNA, genetic material, because they have to be able to survive in the third reality, fourth dimension, and the fourth dimension for a period of time, and their energetic soul, their energetic signature is vibrating not necessarily at a faster rate, but it is resonating at a different rate from the body. So often these creatures, their parents will always, they never know who the parents are, or there'll always be some strange story about the parents. And that is what I understand, and that's about all I can really tell you, Bill.
Okay. That sort of leads to what's going to be my last question. And that is that several times you've used the word ascension. And my own stance about that word is it's a really dangerous word to employ because it means so many different things to different people. It's been so muddied and abused and co-opted into a lot of what you call New Age nonsense. But clearly, when you use the word ascension of humanity, or whatever, there's something very specific that we're talking about. And I wonder if you could define it and clarify it to remove any possible misunderstanding or misidentification of the word.
Yeah, I tend to use words, I suppose, that I expect people to understand and to grasp. It's like I use the word ET because I know people understand it, although it's not actually technically correct for all the groups. In a way, it's ascension in the sense that it's advancement. I think that's as far as I would use the term. Humanity's got as far as it can get now. It has to make a choice. That choice should be its own choice. And when we talk about, when I talk about humans, I don't just talk about Earth humans. I talk about the human races that are far more human than Earth humans are. And the future to come, if it's to work out properly, in my estimation, will be, because it's all about souls, it's not about the bodies. It's about Earth human souls existing on a planet where other human-bodied creatures have a whole range of souls, but predominantly humanoid. So therefore, I mentioned earlier, the Lyran group, the Palladian group, the Syrian group, which would be able to come in on the advancement of humans and the mantid or mantis group piggybacking, because they are stuck in a cul-de-sac. They wish to evolve. And so I'm not talking about people running into the street waving their hands in the air, shouting hallelujah, I've ascended. I'm referring to humans' values changing, humans becoming aware of how they've been lied to and tricked, and the very people that they put their trust and their faith in have for centuries been corrupting them and lying to them. And instead of falling apart, these group of humans have got to basically rewrite their constitution, not just the constitution of government, but their constitution of themselves, who they are, how they got here, and what the hell they're going to do now, and where they're going to go. And my great worry is in that crucial vacuum that will occur when the old guard are thrown out, somebody else of a negative force may attempt to grab that opportunity and present themselves as a saviour. And that's why it's very important that humanity looks to itself and not to an outside force. And I honestly see a positive time ahead where, and this is what the people who are genuinely contactees or abductees talk about, sharing with other races. In other words, that is when we will come into contact with, in an open way, other creatures, when individual humans are in a position to appreciate their own role and their own position within the greater makeup. So for me, ascension is every individual human having the opportunity to make the choice, and a majority of humans making that choice to throw off all the values that they've been saddled with.
Fabulous. So I should transcribe that and put it on a wall or somewhere, because it's a very good answer. Let me just thank you for all of your work. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for your courage. And thank you for the clarity that you've given so many people. And of course, as you be the first to say, it's up to them now whether to take advantage of what it is that you're placing before them. I'm going to bow.
Before you do, I just want to thank you for surviving all the energetic attacks and the attempts of the enemy to turn you away from what you've done. And I am aware of what they've done and what they are doing. And I just want to say thank you on behalf of all the people on this planet, because you have had the guts and the determination to create a website which has drawn people to it of a like mind, and you offer a safe environment. It couldn't have been done by anybody else, Bill, because you have the expertise and the knowledge, and I don't mean technology-wise. You have that understanding of what it's really about. So on behalf of them, and half of them, Bill, don't actually know the truth. And I just thank you for that.
Well, thank you. Listen, if I was physically present in the UK with you right now, I'd just give you a big one.
Oh.
And thank you.
Well,
thank you so much.
if you ever come over, I'm doing Probe. I'm speaking at Probe in England in March. So if you're ever over in England, you know you're very welcome. Whatever, you can always pop in and visit me, Bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm going to hand you back to Corellia now to wrap everything up. This is her interview, not mine. And let me just close by saying thank you both. This is a very, very high quality interview that we've got here. I'm very delighted to be a small part of it.
Thank you, Bill.
Mane with jog gumao, singi sach khabr kantula, dhyan bhut charao. Taati ko atma bas karke vicha naam dharam, vaje param tar tatar ko upje ragra saram. Ubde tar tarang rang gyan geet bandanam, chak chak rahe dev danav mu, chak chak vyom vivanam. आत्मोपदेश बेस संयम को जाप सोच भा जापै सदा रह कंचन सिकाया कान कबू व्यापै रे मने विद जोग कमाओ सिंगी साज कबूल कंतुला ध्यान
how he's doing from the Washington perch.
And you gave him what, a D minus?
No, I mean, I think I'll be honest, it's an incomplete. I know it is. Look, I'm attempting to try the second draft of history. I'm not attempting the first, nor, there'll be other ones. And, legacies change. Look at the LBJ legacy. You know how many people come up to me recently and said, well, this LBJ remembrance, what happened to Vietnam? So you never know